Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to excuse you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! All right, hello. Good morning. What's going on? Hi, everybody. Brock and Salk Show. Seattle Sports, 710, seattlesports.com. Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms, 97.3 HD2, and YouTube. HD2, man. It's a way to go. You just got to figure out how to use it in your car. It's weirdly complex. Only because every car is different. There's no standardization of this whole thing. So they put in HD radios probably starting like 10 years ago. And you have to like wait. And then it pops on because it takes like another second after FM, and then it like pops on. And then you got to find where it says like HD, and it gives you options. But if you can click on that, especially if you have a touchscreen radio, then you get like options for other radio stations that wouldn't ordinarily be there. You click on 97.3 HD2, and the station goes from kind of staticky AM to crystal clear. I mean, like better than FM. Perfect, crystal clear, like you're sitting here in studio with me. How great is that? So find HD2. That's the way to go. At least that's how I always listen to the station whenever I'm driving around. Let's see. Mariners. I'll start with Mariners. Not at 7. I'm holding the line. I am making a change in the world. I'm going to start with Seahawks at 7 o'clock. We're going to talk Seahawks at 7. Okay, we're not talking Mariners at 7 when Brock gets here. I made charts. Yep.
What?
I made charts. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, they wouldn't paste into the email last night, so I had to remake them this morning and put them into the show sheet. But if you look,
I thought you found these somewhere.
No, I made those.
Wow.
Maura, these are charts you can look at if you're watching on YouTube. Here, there you go. Focus in. Hold on. Which one is it? There, this one. Okay. Focus in. 2 charts. Those are both charts that I made on Excel. Yep. That's how I roll. And they tell an awesome story about the Seahawks that I think will carry into 2026. I certainly hope so. If they do, that would be a really, really great sign. So, yes, I made charts, and they will lead to, I think, a fun, happy conversation at 7 o'clock for Seahawks fans. We do have some Mariners stuff, and we'll talk through some stuff at 7:30, and then Passan's going to join us at 8:30 this morning. You know, I was reading yesterday a group of people trying to determine what it is that's different this year from last year. Essentially saying, like, if you think Dan Wilson was good last year, why do you think he's not good this year? And if you think it was just the players who helped him out last year, why do you think it's any different this year with the players just not helping him out by exceeding expectations? And it's a really good question. It's a fair question and one that you should be asking. That said, I think I got like 7 or 8 different answers to that question that show that it's just not as simple as saying it's one or the other. I don't think it is. I think there's some things that have been different this year that very specifically have helped cause some of the challenges that the Mariners have had. Now, all of that being said, maybe the single most important piece of information that has come out in the last 24, 36, 48, 72 hours, I don't know, is Ryan Divish's piece that's in this morning's Seattle Times. And I recommend reading it. It's good. It's really well done. Ryan's got a great, first of all, he's a good writer, and he's really well connected inside the organization. He usually knows pretty much what's going on. And much like I did yesterday at, I think it was 7:30, he tried to draw some comparisons, some compare and contrast situations between August of 2 years ago when Scott Service was fired and where things are at right now for the Mariners. There's a lot of similarities. There are. I mean, you kind of go through it, and it's hard to miss some of them. A team with great potential that had started to play well, that eventually had fallen on hard times and was playing really lousy baseball. You can make the argument that this team is actually playing much worse than that team was, despite being more talented than that team was. Bad road trips and hitting issues. I mean, you kind of go through it, and there's a lot in there. And it's worth reading just like I would say it's worth going back and listening to what we said yesterday here on this show at 7:30. But the piece of information that Ryan has that I didn't, that none of us did, because none of us are in the clubhouse every day like he is, was that the players feel differently. That in 2024, and I'm sorry, I don't have the piece in front of me, so I'm not quoting it, but I am I'm paraphrasing what Ryan said. That the players in 2024 had a sense of inevitability, that they had a sense that this was going to happen. And whether they were resigned to it or whether they outright wanted it, it was not a surprise to them. It had pretty much run its course. And obviously it had been, 8 years at that point, not 1.5, 2. So a huge, huge difference. But there was a sense among the players of, yeah, it's about time. That does not appear to be the case right now. That does not, according to Ryan, appear to be the way this team, this group of players, is envisioning Dan Wilson's tenure as the manager of the team. They love Dan. And there was some frustration with Scott, right? There really was. There was some frustration with Scott because we've talked through this a million times, he had really for a long time been asked to be the voice, to build a culture that didn't really exist here in Seattle. And I think it was probably hard for him to let that go. And at some point, the players grew up and were like, we kind of need the clubhouse back to ourselves. And Scott had trouble doing that. That was an awkward fit. And eventually, it led to his dismissal. Probably even more so than the losses that had piled up in those last couple of weeks. That's not happening here. The players seem to like Dan. They're comfortable with his style, and they're trying to put it on themselves. I understand that. I think it's a really important point and a key difference or discrepancy between the situation 2 years ago and the situation now. But I would also add that is typically how things go with managers and coaches that don't hold players accountable enough. The players themselves tend to like that because nobody's holding them accountable. It doesn't mean that things go well, and it doesn't mean that when they eventually find someone new, they don't respond well to it. I think you could argue that players in Pete Carroll's first couple tenures in football, New York and New England, they loved having him as their coach. Loved it. But the Pete Carroll of that era, not the Pete Carroll that eventually came here, but the Pete Carroll of that era didn't have enough control, didn't have enough accountability, didn't have enough command.
Well, and as you were saying this, I was thinking that it did kind of end up that way towards the end. There wasn't the same level of always compete, or it wasn't playing out that way. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, I don't think any of the players wanted to see him go.
No.
But it
was time.
Yeah.
So it is an important piece of information that Ryan brings to the table here. Very important. It is. But I don't know whether it is a trump card or anything along those lines. It's a valuable piece of information. And there are a lot of other valuable pieces of information. I think Jerry and Justin are both going to be on this road trip. They're both going to be in New York with the team starting tonight. And I think there's a lot for them to look at. And I would be having meetings with players, and I would be trying to figure out what the best plan is for them moving forward. Because both Houston and Texas won last night. Mariners are 4 and 4.5 back in the wild card and in the division, respectively. You drop this series in New York, and I mean, you are getting to a point where it is going to be too late. As much as, you can look at the percentages, this and that, like you fall too far behind, and I don't care how easy your schedule is in September. So it's go time. It's been go time for a while. That hasn't changed. But something's going to have to change with the way they play. And I don't know whether saying it just over and over again, we've got to find a way. I don't know if that's necessarily the best plan to actually finding a way to play a different brand of baseball. Come back with everything you need to know next.
We have arrived at the moment.
A celebration 50 seasons in the making.
This is our 50-season celebration. Do you have goosebumps?
It is my great honor to announce that Rick Riz has been unanimously elected to the Seattle Mariner Hall of Fame.
This is the most incredible night of my life.
The proud home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Holy smokes!
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250, micro. And yes, I told you so.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Look, I need to be real with you for a second. At Seattle Children's Hospital, 1 in 3 patient families cannot afford the food their kids need to heal. Think about that. A child recovering from surgery, learning to walk again, and the family is struggling to put food, nutritious food, on the table. That's why Safeway and Seahawks, Jackson Smith and Jigba are launching the Food First Project, a multi-year initiative to fight pediatric food insecurity right here in our community. This is not someday maybe talk. This is grocery cards, produce vouchers, and food as medicine programs going directly to families the moment the need is identified. No barriers, no red tape, just help right now. They're funding vitamin D screenings, nutrition support for student athletes, rehabilitation feeding tools, and meals for hundreds of families staying inpatient at the hospital. I love what Safeway and Seattle Children's are doing, making a real difference where it matters most. JSN showing up. Now it's our turn, 12s. Put food first. Learn more at Safeway.com.
Summer is for going big.
Julio! Dead center field. Solo home run. 4-0 Mariners.
Summer is for showing out.
Crawford out of the glove. Emerson to first. What a play!
Summer is for Mariners baseball.
Cal Raleigh with an RBI double. The big number comes through in the clutch.
Where else do you get 9 innings of eye-popping swings and snags? Plus fireworks that make your feet dance and your jaw drop. Oh yeah, and the guys have a dance of their own. A wind dance.
Party time at T-Mobile Park in the sunshine.
Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
The action continues at T-Mobile Park all summer long. Don't miss out on 2 great matchups later this month. Julio and the Mariners are squaring off in back-to-back interleague series against the Chicago Cubs, August 21st to 23rd, and the Philadelphia Phillies, August 24th to 26th. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, how do you stop a season from just fully skittering off the rails, surprise everyone on a crucial road trip, right? Do it before it's too late. The Mariners do have a chance to get that done. They start a 9-game swing through the Bronx, then Houston, then Milwaukee, those 3 teams. A combined 46 games over 500, with 2 sitting in first place in their respective divisions. The Yankees are in second and obviously having a pretty good season themselves. Adam Jude here yesterday talking through some of the challenges the Mariners have.
It feels like we're seeing the same thing night after night after night, and nobody has really any answers, and nobody's really been able to bust through. We've seen some big moments here and there. Dom Canzone. We thought maybe Josh Naylor, a couple home runs the other night on Saturday, maybe get him going a little bit, but obviously it hasn't been anything sustainable, and that's how you lose 19 out of 28 or 19 out of 27, whatever it is right now. It's been one of the worst stretches of offensive baseball, frankly, that I think we can remember in Mariners history, and obviously that's saying a lot when the Mariners have had a pretty rough tradition in that regard. So
we'll see what happens. Obviously now, no move made yesterday on the off day, and the Mariners will try to get something done here on the road. They'll turn to a guy who's really struggled in that capacity, Brian Wu, getting the start tonight against Ryan Weathers. Obviously, his issues on the road have been well documented, and he'll do it in a very difficult ballpark, especially to pitch against lefty hitters. Rangers win last night. Astros win last night. So Mariners find themselves now 4.5 back in the division and 4 games back in the wild card, with a host of teams between them and Texas.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, Seahawks back to practice yesterday. They also got a few players back on the field. Wide receiver Jake Bobo, Jamie Sheriff, the linebacker, Mike Morris, defensive lineman, special teamer, and Julian Neal, a name that we've been kind of waiting for, right? 3rd-round pick, guy that seems like he should have a shot in that 3rd cornerback battle. So good to get him out there.
Yeah, he's on his way back. Which is exciting. We got a few guys that are kind of entering the ramp back into practice mode.
It's almost like
nice.
It's almost like a portal. The get back into practice portal. I've probably heard enough about portals for a while. The team also officially hosted Terry and Arnold. That came out yesterday. We had obviously talked about it, but the official visit did come out. They also addressed the possibility that he could sign here. Mike McDonald explaining.
Well, we're going to do our due diligence, and there's a lot of people in Terry On's corner that we respect in terms of the type of guy he is. So we're going to work through all that, and I think I trust our people to make the best decision for us, and we also think this is a great place to come work too, and that people can be the best version of themselves if given the opportunity. So kind of works both ways.
Why are there always small children in the background of all the Mike press conferences? What's going on there?
Public practice.
But like people bring their babies over to the
Little kids stand there and yell for autographs. It's like that's right where the players go into the building, right where he talks.
Oh, I see. So that's
Yeah.
okay. I guess that makes sense. It's not like they're on the berm. They're over
No.
near there. It's like, are they just importing small children to scream in the middle of every time Mike talks? I am curious about the Arnold thing. I wonder how much of it is a message to some of the corners already there, and I wonder how much is, this guy's just going to help, and we're going to figure out a way to try to deal with the offseason issues, and if he ends up joining them partway through the season, maybe that's their best bet.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, who's ready? Hard Knocks, Episode 2. Tonight, it drops at 6 p.m. Anybody else have their alarm set like I do for 6 p.m.? All right, well, here is Pat Harris. He's the director of Hard Knocks. Listen to this.
There is star power here that I don't think enough people know about. Even seeing the Super Bowl team and guys like Ernest Jones, where it's like that he was an All-Pro. Like he should be listed as one of the best linebackers in every conversation that happens. So I think we came in saying, look, there's a lot of star power here that we want to showcase. But then it's also seeing just the process that they go through and the attention to detail. And I think that stood out to me from meetings to practice. Like they hit the ground running and they were just, incredible from day one.
Got to be interesting to show up having done this a few times before. And, you probably don't want to have a narrative in mind. You want to see what narrative evolves as you start watching. And so, the talent is obviously, the personalities are going to come out. But I love the idea of, hey, when we got here, what stood out was the attention to detail. And we tried to find a way to show the way they handle their business. Isn't that how they ended up winning the Super Bowl last year? It sure feels that way. So nice job. Cool job Pat Harris has. Also saw that tonight we should get some more Derek Hall in his truck and some more Sam Darnold. So look forward to that this evening. 6 o'clock. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. No late night tags. There's no Mariner game last night, so I didn't want to go in that road. But there are a lot of tags that came in this morning. I saw one essentially saying, let's see, where'd it go? That the staff needs to let guys go out and just put bat to ball, quit tinkering with swings, quit trying to get base runners. I don't know what that means. This is not a tinkering staff. This is actually kind of the opposite. That was more the complaint of the last staff. This staff is, I think, probably a whole lot more hands-off. And I think that's where some of the challenge has come. Listening to the show last night talking about the Mariners offense, are the Mariners wanting every player to be a complete hitter when that's not just who they are? If you're a free swinger, focus on how to utilize the bat. If you're a contact hitter, then they should be focused on that. I do think that there could be an element of that, of trying to get too much out of everybody. Yeah, possibly. Not just knowing your role and fitting into that role. Well, I think, that's part of the challenge. You've got to really clearly define a role for players.
Then you have no identity.
That's right. You got to really define for them who they are and what you need them to do that season. Yeah, I do think that is a part of it. Is there anything you don't complain about, Salk? Probably not, but what is it now? What was I complaining yet this morning? What was I complaining about? I don't remember complaining. There's very few things I won't complain about, but I don't know what it is today. Yeah, I'll complain about just about anything. Why not? Sure. What isn't worth complaining?
Is that a challenge?
Don't you think everything could be better? I just look for a way. I'm just trying to help the world improve. That's all.
Quality control.
Yeah, like I said yesterday, when you're putting the cup on the tea at Starbucks, maybe don't put the little hole for the mouth over the string of the tea bag. That's just common sense. Yeah, I'm going to complain about it because I go to try to take a drink and I get string in my mouth. Who wants that? You wouldn't complain about that? Maybe you don't notice. Maybe you like string in your mouth. I don't know. but I think it's worth complaining about. All right, Hawk Blogger probably in the same boat, although he's a little bit more positive. Certainly about the Seahawks, he is as positive as it gets, and he'll join us next on Brock and Salk.
Isn't it great to be back in pads playing football? Little Seahawks style.
The work continues for the defending champs.
Creating this vision of who we want to become all the time.
With the first preseason game coming up Saturday against the Cowboys at Lumen. What are the biggest questions? The players to keep an eye on. Roster battles to watch.
Hey, we got to turn it up, dude.
Stay connected to all things training camp on Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're acquired, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Hey, Brock Heward here for my favorite East Side restaurant, Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar, and my good friend Chef John Howie, who wants to buy you dinner. All you need to do is make a reservation Sunday to Thursday after 8 p.m. You come in, enjoy your meal as always, and when you're finished, roll the dice. Roll a 6, and Chef John will buy your dinner. 100% of all food charges will be removed from your bill. How fun is that? You feeling lucky? Then come roll the dice. Make your reservation now at SeaStarRestaurant.com. That's SeaStarRestaurant.com.
Our number one thing with them is always like, hey, welcome someone in and assure them that they're in the right place. We're going to take care of them.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Dave Wyman here. Fast Water Heater has kept our water warm since 1986. That's just before my rookie year. Now they're a part of Fast Home Services, applying that same standard of excellence to your whole house. Plumbing, heating, cooling, electrical. The name you trust to keep your family comfortable, safe, happy, and healthy. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST to book your free in-home estimate. Or visit fasthomeservices.com for a virtual quote in seconds for water heaters, plumbing, HVAC, and electrical services.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to borrow up to $10,000. Use code CASH to borrow up to $10,000.
The Mariners are all about giving you more baseball for your buck. With Mariners Value Games, you can score seats for less than $12 on select dates all season long. Plus, be sure to check out the biggest ever value menu and beer lineup. Available every game and featuring 36 items. From ballpark classics like hot dogs, nachos, and refillable sodas to canned brews starting at just $5. Go to mariners.com/value to grab your value game tickets and check out the full slate of value options at T-Mobile Park.
Compassion. Communication. Results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
Progressive knows that for business owners, vacations hit different. But hey, at least you finally took a vacation. And look at that. You only answered 53 calls, 84 emails, onboarded one new hire, and covered for Chris while he's out on paternity leave, and you did it all from a kayak. Because you, my friend, know how to relax. All right, you may not know how to take a day off, but you do know both your personal and business auto insurance needs can be covered in one place with Progressive. So at least that's relaxing, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, Cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I felt like I had pins and needles sticking into my feet, like they were on fire. Couldn't figure out what was going on and suffered with it. Very uncomfortable to try to get to sleep. So I started to do some research, and it sounded like it might be peripheral neuropathy. If you have it in your feet, it migrates up towards your knees. So I thought I better take care of this. My primary care physician was only offering me gabapentin. It's a nerve blocker, and it didn't make a difference. Maybe toned it down a little bit, but it was so painful to walk. I called Sound Pain Solutions, and right away I got a good feeling. Had my first appointment. They said, we're going to help you. We're going to get through this. So I said, okay, let's do it.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. We use non-surgical, drug, and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers find relief.
My husband and I went on a trip through the Panama Canal, and being able to walk was really delightful.
Schedule a free consultation to learn if you qualify for our non-surgical and drug-free treatments at soundpainsolutions.com.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we're just a few days away now, Brock, from the first Seahawks preseason game. And then we're getting ready just a couple weeks after that for the defense of the title, the Wednesday night game. I was looking at my calendar for the next couple weeks, and I was like, oh, my God, Heather scheduled a doctor's appointment for one of the kids on First Hill at 4 o'clock on that Wednesday. I was like, hey, cancel this. What are you doing?
Put your socks on and get the story right.
She doesn't know when the Seahawks are going to play. So, she doesn't have that calendar on her phone. I was like, you got to cancel that thing. Reschedule. That's a terrible plan. Brian Nehmauser will be there. He was there over the weekend for the big practice at Lumen Field. Hawk blogger. Good morning, sir. How are we?
Doing well, boys. How are you doing on this fine Monday?
Oh, doing great. Great Mariners weekend. Got to hear all about Salk's worst golf round of his recent vintage.
There's a lot going on.
He let distractions get in the way.
Full-on meltdown.
I saw a club toss. I saw it happen.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, that happened. That happened. Yeah, that wasn't my best day.
I had to play the part of psychologist and tell him to put on tiki music to calm him down, because I know that helps with Salk.
It does. Yeah. And it's pretty fun. I mean, the tiki music's pretty good, isn't it?
There was stuff going on off the field, off the course. And let's be very clear. We know Salky after 17 years. When there's some chaos off the field, distractions going on.
Are you saying that emotionally I have difficulty compartmentalizing all that?
Regulating those? Yes.
Oh.
Actually, that's exactly
I don't know why you would
what
say
I'm
that.
saying.
That doesn't sound true. That sounds like a mischaracterization of the truth. How dare you? It was super fun, though. Kudos to Brady. Great group of friends, and cool to bring everyone together. And Brian and I had a great time, and it was pretty fun. I really I enjoyed it. We had a good time.
Nice.
Yeah.
We did have a good time. I might have had a better time than you. But we had a good time.
I don't know if that had to do with the golf or what, but all right. So then Saturday, the next day, you went to Lumen for the Seahawks first practice there. How was it? What was different?
It's changed over the years for people that have, gone to it for a while, and it's changed locations. Under Pete Carroll, it was a true scrimmage. They would have kind of the ones going against the backup Ds and the two defense going against the one offense, all that kind of stuff. And they keep score. And that's not what Mike does. It is basically just a normal practice, but it's done in Lumen Field, and they are padded, so that's good. And I think the setting and getting used to coming out and the whole routine. But I'll tell you what, guys, this was nothing like the rest of the practices so far in training camp, partially because the offense has been cooking all camp and the defense has been struggling. The offenses just did not perform well in the Fan Fest, and in particular the quarterbacks did not perform well. So it was a little bit stunted, I think, compared to what some people might have expected, but I saw some good defense along the way as well.
Do you think those things are connected? Do you think that happened in any way because they were there, or was it just that was the day that the defense had a good day?
I couldn't answer. I have no idea. You'd have to ask Sam. You'd have to ask Drew, who both threw pretty uncharacteristic interceptions. Sam's first throw was directly to AJ Finley, the guy who, got injured in this scrimmage fan fest thing last year. And, talking about it afterwards, AJ Finley was like, I couldn't believe he threw the ball. He hasn't made those mistakes at all. And I was happy he did. But I don't know why. Maybe Sam's just very generous and knew this is a big moment for him. Maybe he wanted to help him out a little bit.
Hawk Blogger, this is a dangerous question by me because the last time I asked it, Aaron Goldsmith took 8.5 minutes of real airtime to try to answer the question. I think you can do better on this. If you, through the first 2.5 weeks of training camp, were to give a gold, silver, and bronze medal to the top performer, the second best performer, the third best performer in totality over these 2.5 weeks, who would be the gold, silver, and bronze award winners?
I think the gold would have to go to Montorie Foster Jr. A guy that very likely will not make the final 53. But as far as if you're talking about turning in the maximum amount of value for every rep you get, Montorie Foster Jr. has looked like a star out there. So he's had a fantastic camp. If I was to kind of shrink it down to who's the gold for guys that are probably going to be on the roster, I think Byron Murphy has to be up there. I think he looks like a player who's ready to take even another big leap compared to where he was last year, which was obviously a big step forward. And then silver, we're going gold, silver, bronze.
You got
those are three. Yes,
absolutely.
Silver, I think I would go with Sam Darnold, to be honest. I think Sam has been absolutely excellent throughout camp, forgetting what just happened on Saturday. Has been in total command, has been, moving the ball all over the field, has made some of the most gorgeous throws so far in camp. And then bronze, my mind goes to Riley Mills. I think this is another guy that just is hard to not watch every single practice. And there's been some really, really great battles. I think one of my favorite battles so far in camp was when Riley Mills and Mason Richmond went up against each other in a 1v1 in front of everybody. And Riley Mills absolutely destroyed Mason Richmond, threw him to the ground the first rep. They called him out to do another. And this time Mason Richmond won that rep. Riley Mills almost threw a punch, but did not. We'll see how that gets on Hard Knocks. And Mason Richmond screamed in his face, and the offensive linemen surrounded him. But it was like they are going to battle. And I think Riley Mills has added a really nice dimension to that defensive line that didn't really need it, but they'll certainly take it.
Is there anyone on the other side of that equation, players who you're kind of waiting for them to show up a little bit or maybe have not made a great case for themselves?
Well, you got to be I got to be a little careful with that because the guy that comes to mind first would be Bud Clark. And I don't think there's nothing that I've seen from Bud Clark that's like, oh boy, this is a problem. But you even heard from Mike McDonald after the Fan Fest. It's like, Bud's great. We're playing him with the ones, but he made a lot of plays on the football in college. We haven't seen that yet.
Let me. I have that here. Hold on. Let me play that for people because it was pointed. I think what Mike had to say. Here is what Mike McDonald said.
Yeah, keep on going. Keep going. Bud has a lot of ball production from college. We haven't seen that yet. That's something that we'd like to get him going on. I think once the game starts to slow down for him and he can play a little bit more anticipation. Right now it's what am I doing? Let me go do it really well. And he's doing that and he's learning as he goes. But there's a process there. We're really enthusiastic about where it's going, but he's also in a competition right now with other guys. So, but it's all positive. He's got a great spirit about him. Really smart guy. He's got a bright future. We want to get there. We want to go. Let's go, man.
Let me translate that from my life experience as a rookie and watching others. And that is, I'm just trying to do the right thing. I'm trying to line up, trying to be assignment sound, trying to be alignment sound. I'm just, most of my mental capacity is focused on those things. Just making sure all the pre-snap is right for myself. I'm not thinking about the offense. I'm not thinking about the routes. I'm not thinking about the ball. And that's kind of, Brian, the process, and sounds a little bit like what your eyes have seen.
Yeah, well, you guys are both parents, fathers. I think we've started to hear the Mike McDonald parental voice. We heard it with Josh Jones before, like at the end of minicamp, like Josh Jones needs to get on the field. Like Josh Jones needs to get on the field. Like that was the stern parent, right? And then you hear this with Bud Clark. It is a little bit more of the nurturing. Like, I know you're new. I know you're trying to get this figured out, but we need you to move a little faster. And I think it was I wouldn't call it pointed. I would call it, just making sure there was a little clarity that he wants to see more and that he believes he can do more. So what my eyes have seen is Bud Clark has not made a lot of plays in the football, has been beaten a few times, and I've seen enough of his college tape to know he's got a lot more in him. So that's one. I would also say it's been really disappointing, and this is a tough one. Julian Neal just hasn't been out there.
Yeah.
And this is your third-round pick. And right now, I'm sure you guys have been talking about it, but like Terry and Arnold making visits is not an accident. When I look at where my kind of yellow flag, there's no red flags. But if I'm looking at a yellow flag for everything that's happened through the first however many days of camp, that third corner spot is a yellow flag. And I think Nehemiah Pritchett has been okay. I don't think he's been great, but he's been better the last few days. Noah Igbenoghene, I like, but I can't say it's clear that he's going to be great. And from there on, you've got Andre Fuller and Michael Dansby and two other rookies who have played well, but they're not necessarily ready for prime time. So the lack of Julian Neal there, I think, has been glaring. And I think that's when you've got Nicky Manwari also out, you've got both Reek Woolen and Nicky Manwari, who played a lot of snaps for you, not there right now. And I think that's starting to show up a little bit.
The voice, Brian Nehmauser, also known as Hawk Blogger. I was peeking at your site last week. I think this was even a Blue 88, where I framed it as Hawk Blogger and Mike Salk see something that maybe conventional wisdom or others on the outside don't necessarily see, and that is you had Emmanuel Wilson making the roster ahead of George Holani.
I did. And here's this is a little bit of roster gymnastics, but this is where I get to it. I think that Zach Charbonnet is going to be ready to play in sooner than 4 weeks after the season starts. Now, if you keep him on PUP, he cannot come back until after 4 weeks. So if he's going to be ready before 4 weeks, I think they pull him off of PUP. He's activated. He takes a roster spot. Might not play week 1, but he takes a roster spot. I don't think you can get either Emmanuel Wilson, and you certainly aren't going to put Jadarian Price on waivers.
Nope.
I think George Holani has been on waivers in past years, has been able to be on practice squad and been safe. And here's the funny thing is they might put him through that, have him on practice squad, elevate him for week 1. He might get the first snap. So this is a way that you can maximize how many of the players you keep. I don't think it's a real commentary on who's better. I think it's just a commentary on who they think they could stash on a practice squad.
And yet, every time I watch Emmanuel Wilson, he looks pretty good. And I heard he looked real good on Saturday.
Yeah. Yeah. I talked to Emmanuel when he first came, and I love the chip he's got on his shoulder because I talked to him. I was like, you look faster than I expected you to look. You look more explosive. And he looked at me like, you damn straight. Like I am faster than people think. And that's something that he's he even said after the Fan Fest. He was talking about that in his press conference. And I think this guy is going to be someone that Seahawks fans don't know about and then are happy to have, the same way Packers fans were very unhappy that Green Bay did not place the restricted free agent tender on him and he left. And one of the stats, the geeky stats out there that I think people should care about for running backs is success rate. And generally that's just, are you getting the appropriate yards for the down and distance? You get 4 yards on first down. Do you get 60% of the yards necessary on second down? Do you get 100% of the yards necessary on third down? And Emmanuel Wilson was a top 3 running back in the NFL last year in success rate. So when he got opportunities, he was making the most of them. And I just think this is a Seahawks kind of running back, like tough, explosive, unheralded, and I think is going to make a nice impact this season.
Brian, on the recruiting trail in high school and to college, you'll see sites say crystal ball. Their crystal ball, prediction for this recruit is to end up here. If I had a crystal ball, I think Terrion Arnold signs with the Seahawks and even signs this week. Curious what your reading is on the situation.
It certainly raised eyebrows. I'll say this. When the first kind of report came out, my thought was, well, of course, the Seahawks are going to kick the tires. They do their due diligence on everybody. But the most precious commodity on this team is not the talent. The talent is amazing. The most precious commodity is the locker room and the people that they've got in it and the culture that they've built. That is so fragile. And you can have like a little crack, a little fissure, and all of a sudden it turns into a big one. And so when you're bringing in a guy that potentially has some really serious off-field stuff going on, you better be really, really sure that not only is he a fit for your player needs, but he's a fit for your culture needs. And I don't know the answer to that. One thing that's interesting is Jalen Milroe is a guy that played a lot with Terrion Arnold, might have some interesting insights. There's other guys in that Seahawks building that might have some insight into Terrion Arnold. And if they have talked to him and they give the thumbs up, I think that would be a clear upgrade to where they are right now, and would honestly address the biggest flag I've seen so far in camp.
Well, I think they would take it a step further, Brian, and as you kind of dig and process and do your job, I think that, honestly, the biggest connector is Carl Scott. Because, yes, he and Jalen were close and roommates and shared business acquaintances, and Josh Jobe was there the year he redshirted and everything else. But Carl Scott, from what I understand, recruited him to Alabama, coached, developed, mentored. So I think that would probably – and we saw that with Dirty and DeMarcus Lawrence, right? We've seen that like, no. Can you have a better source closer to it than somebody that actually coached him and, in this case, even recruited him as a youngster?
Yeah, that's a great call out, and Carl Scott's voice carries a lot of weight in that building, as it should. I think he's going to be a future DC. I think he's going to be a future head coach, and I think they got a lot of those kind of people in that building. So you're right, Brock. And the other piece here I'll just say is, this is a big week for Terrion Arnold, I think, legally. I don't understand all the pieces going on, but I think there's going to be some clarity on that front soon. There is the potential that the charges are outright dismissed this week. And if that's the case, then the question also becomes, would he still potentially have some NFL repercussions for what happened? And
probably. Knowing the commissioner, probably.
Maybe. I don't know. So it's not just as simple as sign the guy, play the guy. You might be missing him for some period either way.
Aaron Donald, he's going to play. He's going to play. How good is he going to be? What is the effect of Aaron Donald on the NFC West?
My favorite conversation on the golf course was one of Brady's friends trying to convince me that Aaron Donald's not going to be a good player when he comes back. And I'm like, come on, man. I was going to take his money and make a bet on it, but chose not to.
Was that someone in your guys' group? Was that someone in your group?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
It started when I asked Sando if Sean McVay was a whiny something.
McVay.
Yeah. That's how it started.
Did you do the voice?
McVay. Oh, he's a big baby. No, I don't know if I did the voice, but I asked, and the next thing you know, this guy was like, I don't even think Aaron Donald's going to be good.
That is a more prevalent perspective than I would have expected. I don't know if it's cope or whatever else, but let's be serious. Like, Hayward in Pittsburgh is like 37, 38, one of the best defensive tackles in football still. Aaron Donald, yes, he's taken a few years off. He is in fantastic shape. He was if not the best defensive player ever, in the conversation for that. He's going to be disruptive. He is going to be an absolute game wrecker still. Is he going to do it for starter snaps? I don't know. That might actually make it even worse if he's only playing 15 snaps. Those might be your most nightmarish 15 snaps of a game. But look, I think ultimately what it's going to come down to is the Seahawks aren't going to run from anybody. They're not going to be intimidated by anybody. Will that make it harder to beat the Rams? Very likely, yes. Is that going to make it impossible for the Seahawks to beat the Rams? Absolutely not. Because the fact of the matter is the Rams still have to deal with Leonard Williams and Riley Mills and Byron Murphy and Jaron Reed and Derek Hall and the whole thing that they've got going on, Mike McDonald. And guess what? When things go bad for the Seahawks, they respond by getting better. When things go bad for the Rams, they respond by crumpling up in a ball and complaining or falling backwards. They lose to Carolina. They lose to Atlanta. They try to change NFL rules to say that you can't actually make the correct call on the field because we didn't like it. You know, they potentially retire. Like, that is that. And so tell me this, if Aaron Donald comes back, if anyone's taking time off work and you come back and things start going wrong for the Rams, let's say that Matt Stafford gets injured and they lose a few games. Is Aaron Donald going to be as motivated in the middle of the season and late in the season to stick with them? Or do they get a little addicted to Aaron Donald? And then he's like, you know what? I was wrong. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm retiring again. I think that's a real possibility, a bigger possibility than him being bad at football.
I mean, you talk about the fragility of a locker room when it comes to Terry and Darnold, or the impact, not the fragility, but maybe the impact it has. Bring all that noise and even more added attention. And oh, by the way, what's he going to play for? You going to play for league minimum? Like a Terry and Arnold might end up going for with some incentive? I mean, I don't know. He retired. So what I've read and understand, Brian, is that contract and kind of where he was when he retired at $20 million a year or whatever. How are they going to pencil that in? What does that mean? Who's going to go? How are they going to fit all of that in under the cap as well? Because I don't anticipate that guy coming back and going, no, I'm good. Yeah, I'll play for league minimum. That just doesn't make any sense to me either.
Anybody that's played pickup basketball knows that there are those teams that just look stacked. They are big, they're strong, they're above the rim, and then you've got these 60-year-old, guys walking around the YMCA that still could just make the shot.
Yes,
the pick and roll, like they're just money, and it's shocking how often the team that does not look the part ends up winning those games. And I don't think that's just about pickup basketball. I think there is something psychologically to, we think we're the best. We don't have to work for it. We are just going to roll over people, that when those teams actually face real competition and real challenge, that sometimes that doesn't go the right way for them and they're not used to it.
What does your pickup basketball game look like?
I see Stockton. I see a little ball
handler. I'm a pretty good player.
Are you?
I will say
I'm not surprised that.
I was a good point guard.
Yeah.
I
Lefty.
am not the tallest guy.
Right.
But you give me like a tennis ball. I could have dunked a tennis ball.
Nehmauser, you'll have to.
You got some hops.
You'll have to ask Hasselbeck the next time Hasselbeck's on with you. You'll have to ask him about the time in minicamp when Dilfer came into the room like a beaten down dog and said very clearly, I'm done. I'm never playing basketball again. I just got humiliated at the Bellevue Club by a 60-year-old in hiking boots.
All right. I love it. I love it. I mean, there's a whole show. There's a sitcom you could do about pickup basketball caricatures. And the guys, they show up no matter where you are in the world, no matter what court you go on. It's like, oh, I know that guy.
Yep.
I've seen him before.
That's for sure. All right, buddy. Thank you very much. It was a lot of fun on Friday getting to hang out with you and all of Brady's friends and the whole crew. And we're 6 days away, 5 days away from preseason football, and then a couple weeks after that.
A lot of Milroe Saturday night. You think we'll see Milroe for 3/4 Saturday night again?
I hope so. I think it's a massive preseason for that guy.
Yeah. I do too.
And I think not only for his future, but the Seahawks have 3 quarterbacks, and over the next couple of years, you might have some trade value for those guys that could also be valuable.
Because you'd probably like to have 2. They have 3, but you'd probably like that roster to have 2. All right. Thanks, buddy. We appreciate it. There you go. There's Brian Nehmauser, Hawk blogger, doing a great job covering the team. Just so much respect for what he's done here over the last couple of years to build that base and to be there every single day. Really, really cool. Okay. Brock's in. I'm changing things up. We're not talking Mariners until 7:30. I need a little break. So I made charts, 2 Excel charts that I think.
Does Brock know you made charts?
I don't know. Probably not. But we'll tell him.
He's going to be so proud.
Wait till he finds out that I made charts and that they actually tell a great story next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle sports extends far beyond Western Washington. Every single day, thousands across our state listen and stream Seattle sports, including our neighbors in Spokane listening on KXLX radio. Our thoughts are with everyone in Spokane, where historic fires have already devastated our state's second most populated city. Join Seattle sports in doing whatever you can for our neighbors in Spokane. See how you can help at mynorthwest.com.
It's Olympic Hot Tub's 49th birthday, and you get the gifts. Big savings on saltwater hot spring spas, plus free Bluetooth music and interest-free financing for 3 years. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
When the heat's in 11, cool AC would be heaven.
DayandNight.net.
Stay cool this summer with a new AC or heat pump from Day and Night. And with installation, you'll get a free furnace.
Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Get a new AC or heat pump now from Day and Night to stay cool this summer. Plus, with installation, you'll get a free furnace.
DayandNight.net.
Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at goldbergjones.com.
We're all looking for ways to add extra income without adding extra hours. How about joining a credit union where your money earns money? Dave Wyman for Harborstone Credit Union. They have a money market special offering strong returns for your hard-earned money. Open yours at harborstone.com/moneymarket and start earning 3.75 annual percentage yield. The best part is you retain full access to your money the entire time. That's harborstone.com, insured by NCUA.
Keep summer going during the Toyota National Sales Event at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, with additional inventory at both stores on 2026 Camrys, Corollas, and Prius. Through August 31st, see your North and South Toyota dealers for exceptional offers on cars in the Corolla and Camry families, along with the Prius. Visit either store and test drive one and take that car home the same day. Whether you're in the North or the South, they've got you covered. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com.
O'Brien.
Is your car's AC blowing warm air? Don't sweat it. Bucky's Complete Auto Care is here to help. Right now, you'll save $50 on any AC service. Whether it's a weekend getaway or the daily commute, you deserve a cool, comfortable ride. For over 50 years, local drivers have trusted Bucky's for honest pricing, expert repairs, and guaranteed work, earning them the Carfax Preferred status. 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing. For $50 off your cooling system service, visit Bucky's.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Kenny here to help you ignite your taste buds with Firework Freeze 5-Hour Energy Shots. Juicy cherry, citrus lime, and blue raspberry. It's that iconic freezer pop flavor, but with none of the guilty sugar aftermath. The perfect summer kick. It's a delicious, portable, zero-sugar energy shot bursting with flavor. Bring on summer with Firework Freeze 5-Hour Energy Shots. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by September 1st and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Seahawks are going to have a better running game this year, Brock. That is my opinion. And in order to try to prove it, I made charts. 2 of them.
Is that what I was just looking at?
Yeah,
I
those
don't
are
have
my charts.
contacts
Those are
in,
my charts.
Because I don't trust myself yet with the expediency of or efficiency of my ability to put those things on my lens, on my eyeball yet. So I can't, unless I want to get up at like your time.
You don't want to do that. Trust me, you'd rather be blind.
No.
You'd rather be blind as a bat than wake up when I get up. So
Heather doesn't even know if she has socks on.
Yeah, she has no
wake
idea.
Up at this time,
yeah,
so.
her whole life it makes no sense to her. So the Seahawks running game, Brock, got a lot better over the course of last year. And I think I knew that. And this is one of the things that jumped out to me as we've been going through each of the games throughout the season, right, of last year and trying to remember what happened. And last night I watched the highlights from the final regular season game win at San Francisco before they came home here for a bye week. And then obviously we know what happened in the final 3 playoff games. But it really dawned on me how much better the running game got. And it's not a perfect, it's not like in game 1 they ran for 80 yards and then 85 and then 95 and then over the course of the year.
It wasn't linear.
It's never going to be. But I charted them. I decided to make a chart of how many running yards they had per game.
Do you do this on Excel?
I did.
What?
So it's pretty easy. You just kind of cut and paste it onto Excel, and then you make a chart. And then the key, though, because the chart is, it's a line graph, so the line kind of goes all over the place. But even looking at it before you add what do they call it? A through line, like a trend line. The trend line.
Yeah, the trend line.
So you got to add the trend line. That really brings it home.
Yeah, that shows somewhat of the linear or non-linear.
Well, when you add the trend line to their yards per game, it starts just under 100 and ends just over 150. That's a humongous difference.
Yes.
Again, not linear. And that, by the way, is made even a little bit funky. Like it would have been an even bigger difference, except that they had one game late in the season where they didn't run well. They only ran for 50 yards against Indy. And they had one game early in the season where they did run well. They ran for 155 against Arizona in week 4. If you take those out, it's an even steeper graph. But even with those in, you go from averaging 100 yards per game at the beginning of the year to 150 yards per game by the end of the season. What an enormous difference. And I do think a lot of that is because of the way the offensive line came together. But I know that our friend Warren Sharp has spent some time trying to prove.
Brickner, thank you.
I know that our friend Warren Sharp has spent some time trying to prove that the Seahawks running was only because they ran it a lot late again. Well, okay. So if that's the case, then I would think that the yards per attempt wouldn't have gone up significantly over the course of the year. But guess what? I tracked that as well.
Oh, gosh.
I know.
You were just an Excel graph master.
Brock, it's unbelievable what I'm capable of.
So smart.
It's like, and I didn't use AI either. I just did it myself.
Goodness.
Maybe Excel uses AI. I don't know.
Do people know what kind of treasure we have?
No, probably not. They're unaware. The trend line for yards per attempt running the ball for the Seahawks this year starts at around 3.5.
Last year,
excuse me. Starts at around 3.5. By the end of the year, it's nearly at 5. They went from averaging 3.5 yards per carry to averaging nearly 5 yards per carry.
Yeah.
It's about 4 It's hard to read exactly, but I call it 4.8, 4.9. Approaching 5. And again, that's still with those two outliers, right? The great game against Arizona early and the horrible game against Indy late. If you were to reverse those two or just remove them, again, this graph gets even more telling.
Mm-hmm.
So the point is, they became a serious rushing team over the course of last year. They became a serious rushing team by the end of the season. They return all of their offensive linemen. They return their offensive line coach. They've added a new offensive coordinator who is a run game guy, and they drafted a running back in the first round. I know that they lost one of their two big running backs. There's no doubt, and we'll see what kind of shape Charbonnet is going to be in. But listening to Mike McDonald talking about the O-line yesterday,
I think we have a really great opportunity to take this thing to the next level. I mean, the chemistry that they have, the bank reps that they have, I think our offensive line's had a really, really good camp. So it's a really exciting group, and I think we have some great competition really at, in the backup tackle spots and the interior line, in the backup guard spots too. So there's a lot of guys that are really jockeying for position there, which is really cool.
360 is doubting me a little bit, taking the Warren Sharp approach, saying, I agree. The Seahawks running game got better as the season went on. It's hard not to notice that we had big leads in a lot of those games and could run the ball more later on in the game, and how much of that skews their numbers towards the end of the season. Well, first of all, that would not skew yards per attempt.
No.
If anything, it might do the opposite. Yards per attempt, it might go down because they know you're running the ball. Secondly, most of those big lead games were in the middle of the season, not the end of the season. Most of the games where they blew everyone's doors off, I mean, New Orleans was early. Arizona was early.
Minnesota was mid.
Mm-hmm. They were not all late at all. Quite frankly, some of the closer games were late. Indy, San Francisco, Carolina, those games, LA. The Rams, those were the late games.
Yep.
So I'm sorry, I'm not buying that argument at all.
So why do you think your graph looked the way it did? Why, in your opinion, did the trend line go? Do you point to continuity?
Well, Brock, it's time to go back to our old friend from New Orleans, from Louisiana, I should say, who once said it's the economy, stupid, right? James Carville. It's the offensive line, stupid.
Yep.
They just got better.
Yep.
Right? It took a little while for the approach to get figured out, for the offensive line coach to get his new system in and all of that. But eventually the offensive line got good. And when the offensive line gets good, guess what? The running gets good. Go figure. Because running backs, while they're important, aren't as important as the entire collection of the offensive linemen. And the offensive line got good. And there's no reason to think that the offensive line would get any worse this year. If anything, there's a lot of reason to believe that the offensive line would get even better. So that gives me yet another reason to be excited about the Seahawks offense this year.
Yeah. So you point to the collection of talent all growing together. That points to the continuity of it. I would say so important over the course of the year, the course of those games. And this is a Mark Schlereth 101 is your commitment. This is the Mike Salk JV version of that. You only get good at running the ball if you run the ball, but you've got to have a commitment to it. And guess what happens over the course of a long NFL season? It's much more difficult to run the ball in September. Why? Basically, everyone's healthy. Why? Their bodies are not beaten up. Why? They don't mind practicing and leveraging and callousing and doing those things. Get to December in late November, December in January. Guys aren't practicing. Guys are beat up. You'd think they want to take a face full of.
So do you think if I did this for every team or just for the league in general, it would be a similar look?
No, I think you're good teams. I think that's absolutely an ingredient in winning football and winning teams at the line of scrimmage. I think if you looked at Philadelphia over their years and their Super Bowl title and their different games, look at San Francisco, where our coordinator, the Seahawks coordinator, was as a run game coordinator in their upward years and trends. Yeah, I bet you would see a through line very similar to that. And then you add in, and I think this was a key last year, and this is where I think there can be improvement. I'll be kind of curious to watch Brian Fleury because he's got background in using a lot of people in that run game. And, remember the explosive runs that Shaheed had. I think even JSN had a couple times. Remember those jet sweeps and end arounds that Deebo Samuel made such a killing on in San Francisco, where you're getting to edges and beating edges and puncturing edges.
And I still think there's more room for Sam Darnold to run a little bit more as he started to do late in this season. So, yeah, I made my graphs, Brock. I made my charts.
I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. 509 says all these charts and graphs are just another veiled petition for someone to put Salk on their board. Yeah, That's exactly what it is.
We were just talking about that.
This is what I might bring to a board. Yes.
Is the text toy like our phone?
I know. Brock and I were just talking about
how
being on boards.
Listen?
I know.
Was it listening to our pre-show conversation?
Here it is. These are my charts.
Maura?
If you want this on your board, this is what you could get. This could help your business succeed. But
I also told Salk at like 7:54 or 6:54 that you were going to be very proud of him too. So
yeah, I am.
You just said it.
I mean, like Paul Rhodes at Iowa State. I am so damn proud.
No.
of watching you do this song.
Thanks,
so
man.
proud.
That's so nice. That really makes me feel good. We'll come back with everything you need to know next.
We have arrived at the moment.
A celebration 50 seasons in the making.
This is our 50-season celebration. Do you have goosebumps?
It is my great honor to announce that Rick Riz has been unanimously elected to the Seattle Mariner Hall of Fame.
This is the most incredible night of my life.
The proud home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Holy smokes!
Man, how cool is it to have the behind-the-scenes view into not only the main storylines during training camp, but what truly makes these guys tick, that constant striving for improvement. What can you do to get better at each and every day? It's inspiring, right? And if that works for you, well, why not try to be the best version of yourself? Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can help. They've helped more than 4,000 people here locally lose significant weight and become a healthier, happier version of themselves. Personally, 35 pounds in 8 weeks. That could be you by this fall. And the best part's delicious food you like. The program will really last to teach you the lifelong habits you need to keep that weight off. No monthly fees, no pills, no injections. And all it takes to start is a free 15-minute phone call. Find out if this is right for you. Schedule yours right now at eastsideweightlossklinik.com and take that call when you're in the car. Just work, on the way to work or on the way home or running errands or whatever. Because the only thing you have to lose is the weight itself. Go to eastsideweightlossklinik.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow. My fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
Your dog is limping, but she seems fine. Plus, you've heard they can fake it just to get what they want. So what's the deal now? You're being gaslit.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Oh, now she switched legs. What a diva.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
Look, I need to be real with you for a second. At Seattle Children's Hospital, 1 in 3 patient families cannot afford the food their kids need to heal. Think about that. A child recovering from surgery, learning to walk again, and the family is struggling to put food, nutritious food, on the table. That's why Safeway and Seahawks, Jackson Smith and Jigba are launching the Food First Project, a multi-year initiative to fight pediatric food insecurity right here in our community. This is not someday maybe talk. This is grocery carts, produce vouchers, and food as medicine programs going directly to families the moment the need is identified. No barriers, no red tape, just help right now. They're funding vitamin D screenings, nutrition support for student athletes, rehabilitation feeding tools, and meals for hundreds of families staying inpatient at the hospital. I love what Safeway and Seattle Children's are doing, making a real difference where it matters most. JSN showing up. Now it's our turn, 12s. Put food first. Learn more at Safeway.com.
Nearly 1 in 4 people killed on the road in Washington weren't driving. Pedestrians on our roads are incredibly vulnerable, whether they're facing drunk, drugged, drowsy, or distracted drivers. Pedestrians are defenseless on our streets. That's why Davis Law Group fights for pedestrian accident victims and their loved ones after a crash. Davis Law Group delivers. So if you or a loved one have been injured, call Davis Law Group today at 206-888-8888 or visit DavisLawGroupSeattle.com.
The champs are back.
Really excited to get going.
Nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of your Super Bowl champions, Seattle Sports.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
A Wilt Chamberlain 1972 playoff game-worn jacket was recently bought for $3 at a Goodwill in Portland. You may not be sitting on a warm-up jacket worn by Wilt the Stilt, but there's serious value to your old gold, jewelry, watches, silver, and coins. Dave Wyman encouraging you to see what they're worth at Bellevue Rare Coins in Bellevue, Issaquah, Tacoma, and Linwood. They'll give you an honest, no-pressure assessment for free. See how much they're worth at Bellevue Rare Coins, and if the price is right, cash in.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, how do you stop a season, Brock, from just totally skittering off the rails? Well, they got a chance to do it, but in order to make that happen, you're going to have to surprise everybody by winning on a very difficult but crucial road trip, and do it now before it's too late. Mariners have that chance. They start a 9-game swing through the Bronx, Houston, and Milwaukee. Those 3 teams, a combined 46 games over 500. 2 of them are sitting in first place in their respective divisions. The Yankees are in second. So you're going to have to get after it pretty quick. And, at least according to Adam Jude, the mood around the team has not exactly been stellar.
Not a whole lot of smiles, not a whole lot of happy faces. When things are going well, it's usually J.P. Crawford's got the music going. He's sort of playing DJ. I think he's got the seniority over Julio in that regard. But, it's been awfully quiet, awfully somber lately, and a pretty stark contrast to, some of the celebratory vibes over the 50th anniversary weekend. A lot of good feel good energy pregame, and then it just has not translated at all.
The old ESPN algorithm doesn't like this series. It's about 64% in all 3 games for the Yankees. That's, again, just their stats, their metrics, their matchups, and all of the rest. Did you see the number floating around yesterday, by the way? This team with and without
J.P. Crawford.
One of my favorite U2 songs. Known to sing it in the elevator back in the day.
Yeah.
Do you see the number with and without JP?
Yeah.
Like 4 or 5 games above 500 with JP, 13 games under 500 without him. They do miss him. Of all the guys that they've had to play without this year, they more than survived Cal's absence. In fact, played some of the better baseball. Kind of wasn't great without Julio for that week. I think that was also the timing of Miami, Tampa right before the break. But that JP thing feels
real.
Like a fairly real number.
And it's funny because his numbers themselves aren't necessarily great.
Not even a WRC plus over 100.
But it's some of the timeliness of when he's come through and what he brings to the team. There's probably something there. Although
calming.
Could just be a little bit of coincidence. Brian Wu will get the start tonight against Ryan Weathers. We'll see if Wu can reverse this season-long epic struggle on the road. He's got to do it at Yankee Stadium, where obviously
Get a no-no into the 8th there about this time last year.
Well, he's a very different pitcher on the road right now.
He had
than
a
he was last year.
He had a no.
All right. Rangers win last night. Astros win last night.
Both in extras.
Mariners find themselves 4.5 games back in the division this morning, 4 back in the wild card.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Seahawks got back in the practice field yesterday. A couple players back as well. Jake Bobo returned. Jamie Sheriff returned. Mike Morris returned, Brock. And maybe the one to focus on, Julian Neal, the third-round pick, cornerback.
Yeah, he's on his way back. Which is exciting. We got a few guys that are kind of entering the ramp back into practice mode, which is nice.
And he's got to get going, as Nehmauser said yesterday. I don't think this Terry and Arnold thing is a fluke or coincidence. I would agree wholeheartedly with Hawkblogger and comment he made yesterday. I made it that I think the thinnest position of proven kind of NFL commodity that could slide in and play at the level and the standard this defense requires of it is at corner. That you get beyond the first two and Nehemiah Pritchett, and I mean there's a fall off there. And you took Julian Neal in the third round. I don't know if it was to pencil him as the third corner this year, but it was to compete for it. And he's been absent with injury the last couple weeks. So he's got a huge ramp up, huge opportunity. Gonna, I would think, if healthy, play a ton this preseason. He's got to make his mark fast.
Well, speaking of preseason, what does it look like for the backup quarterback battle? Here is Mike McDonald.
We're working through that right now. I think we might take a little bit different approach this year on how we play our quarterbacks. But Drew needs a lot of game work too. I mean, everybody needs work, So how do you do it? Even Sam, what's the smartest thing for him to get ready to play the season and our team as well as those guys? So it's kind of not a direct saying. Is we're finding out. We'll find out on Saturday.
So if Salk didn't remember the regular season particularly well, how much would he remember the reps of the quarterbacks
0
last year?
Not much.
I do remember Milroe played the whole game in Green Bay, and it was struggle. The game sped up on him, the people around him. He had to play against the ones with the twos. That was a struggle. Drew played quite a bit. I want to play upwards of a half in the second game, and Milroe played the second half of those games. So will Sam get a little bit more of a taste with Brian Fleury? Do you want to have and let Brian kind of feel what it's like with the tempo and that group? I would think a little bit. But as he said, quote, figuring it out.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
What are you doing at 6 o'clock tonight, Brock?
Well, Salty, we're interviewing for a board position later.
That's really not the answer I was hoping for. That was one where you could maybe just pretend that that's not what you're doing right
I
at
said
6.
later.
Maybe a little theater of the mind there,
buddy.
buddy.
Do you think I did not plan the board meeting accordingly? We will not start before 7 p.m. Mountain Time. Thank you very much.
Okay, good.
We have practice. It ends at 5. I will hustle my bustle home. I will be sitting on my couch. And I'm going to even do a post-Knox video tonight.
Oh, wow.
Post-Knox. Yep.
Post-knock, non-ergo propter hawk.
There we go.
There's some good stuff, actually, from the director of Hard Knocks. This is Pat Harris talking through the Eagles that we saw at the beginning of episode 1.
We see two bald eagles swoop down, and they're, like, fighting with one another, and we're all, like, as East Coasters, we really don't see bald eagles. So I think we knew it was going to be incredible. We knew the Eagles was a big thing we wanted to cover. So the fact that, our drone was able to basically replicate flying like a bird was pretty incredible.
You had my daughter fooled. My 11-year-old was like, did they put a camera on a bird? I was like, I don't think so. I think that was just a drone.
We did. The idea of can we put a camera on a bird was discussed and quickly shot down. I'm like, I don't think we can do that.
It does,
PETA would not be about that.
It does explain it, though, right? As East Coasters, we don't see a lot of it. Of course, right? Obviously, that's how that is. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here in the Brock and Salk Show. Yeah, there's people from the Northeast. We didn't even know Seattle was a real place. And then we got out here, and we're like, whoa, they got eagles and mountains and water. And
we almost put a camera on the Flying Fish.
Who's this football team? I don't know anything about them, but we were asked to do a Hard Knocks about them, so here we go. All right, Brock, we'll shift gears. I avoided it at 7, but I think it's fair to come back to it. There's been one question I saw making the rounds regarding the Mariners, and I think there's, not just one answer to it, maybe 7. It's next on Brock and Salk. Not Brock or Salk, Brock and Salk.
Isn't it great to be back in pads playing football? Little Seahawks style.
The work continues for the defending champs.
Creating this vision of who we want to become all the time.
With the first preseason game coming up Saturday against the Cowboys at Lumen. What are the biggest questions? The players to keep an eye on. Roster battles to watch.
Hey, we got to turn it up, dude.
Stay connected to all things training camp on Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Heward, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
You're in charge of ordering boxes. Small boxes, big boxes, really big boxes. You're in charge of tape, labels, mailers, bubble wrap, extra bubble wrap, just for fun. You're in charge of warehouse cleaning and safety supplies. Good thing there's Uline. Thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline makes it easy because you already do enough. Uline, we warehouse for you.
The Boeing Classic welcomes the world's greatest golf legends to the Pacific Northwest, August 14th through the 16th at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge. Watch Masters champions and Golf Hall of Famers compete for a $2.3 million purse at the only PGA Tour champion stop in the region. Bring the whole family and make sure to check out the Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BoeingClassic.com to get yours today.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're a choir, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Your old water heater's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net. Day and Night has $150 off installation of any new water heater, including tankless, backed by a free lifetime warranty.
Hi, I'm Bruce. When your old water heater leaks or fails, the damage could be catastrophic. Whether you need an emergency replacement or you're planning ahead before it leaks, give us a call and we'll help you get into hot water again.
Get $150 off installation of any new water heater.
DayandNight.net.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, two-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey there, Dawn Riley with Olympic Hot Tub. It's our 49th birthday, and we're celebrating by giving you the gifts. Outstanding savings on saltwater hot spring spas, free Bluetooth music, and interest-free financing for 3 years. Plus, exciting savings on endless pool swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges. How's that for a birthday to remember? Ends August 24th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Mike Rowe here with a fun fact. Did you know that 50% of the air that you breathe inside your home comes from your crawl space? Yeah. Whether your crawl space is wet, musty, or your floors are bouncy, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to repair your crawl space. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Let me ask you something. When was the last time you compared your insurance?
If you're like most people, it's probably been years.
That's exactly why I took the First Mark Challenge. They searched rates from dozens of top insurance companies, and I ended up saving thousands of dollars.
Same experience here. And here's what surprised me. It was completely free. No cost, no obligation. They simply show you whether they can find you lower premiums, better coverage, or both.
Why wouldn't you take the First Mark Challenge? Think about it. If they can save you money, you win. If they can improve your coverage, you win. And if they can't do either, you've lost absolutely nothing.
That's why more than 11,000 clients trust First Mark Insurance. They work for you, not a single insurance company.
Plus, First Mark has world-class customer service. When you need help, you're talking with local people who know you and your policy, not some random call center.
Stop wondering if you're paying too much. Find out.
Before you renew, let First Mark review.
You have nothing to lose and possibly thousands to save.
Take the First Mark Insurance Challenge today at firstmarkinsurance.com.
firstmarkinsurance.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
So I saw a couple of things in the old socials yesterday, Brock, asking about the Mariners and how you can look at the last 2 years. And if you believe that Dan was very responsible for 1 year, why isn't he as responsible this year? And if you believe that it was just the players that helped him out, what? Anyway, what I ended up trying to look for were differences from last year to this year.
Is this another graph?
No,
you couldn't do it. No,
it's not a graph. It's more of a list. I don't have two graphs in me in one day, but no, it's essentially what's changed from last year to this year for the you can't have it both ways crowd. I don't know. I think maybe you can have it both ways. I think it is possible to look through this and say, yeah, some things have been done differently this season, some of which are maybe on the manager and some of which maybe aren't. But I don't think that any two seasons are necessarily the same. So I think I've got 7 things that are different, and you could probably come up with more, say that some of these are similar. But number 1, the expectations. I mean, let's be clear. Heading into last year, you had a frustrated, angry fan base that did not think the team had done much, or certainly not enough, to get to where they wanted to go. And you remember we're sitting there with Julio at spring training, and he's like, I don't care what people think. I think we're good. And we were like, okay, like whatever. And it turns out he was right, and they absolutely confounded those low expectations, making it all the way to Game 7 of the ALCS. But this year, very different weight of expectations. And using the word World Series as freely and openly as they did throughout the spring, it was a major, major difference from last year to this year. That is not the same. And a lot of that does have to do with, I mean, that is one of those things that to me is on the manager's purview, right? Handling the weight of expectations, vastly different from 2025 to 26.
Yeah, I think that's totally and completely fair. I don't really think there's any argument about that. And I know you'll go into this further with even some of the messaging behind that. From the daily battles and all of that and fight and some of that lexicon's still there this year. But yeah, there was an air of confidence, both internally and externally. Everybody that visited that compound that month, Salk, everybody that we talked to on the local, regional, national level, all of them. It was co-signed by everybody. Like, yep, this team's talented enough to go to the World Series. And you had a cherry on top with Brendan Donovan. And the icing on the cake and Rob Refsnyder, right? And like, this team didn't just rest on their laurels. They added a couple key pieces, extended Naylor, and this should be a World Series contending team.
And obviously here we sit, and it doesn't feel that way on August 11th. Number 2, change from last year to this year. Last year, and I will admit I had some questions about it at the beginning, 162 battles. Ready to play at 7 o'clock or 6:40, depending on what time the game actually starts, but 7. Those were 2 things we heard a lot at the beginning and throughout last year. I haven't really heard it this year. And I think it's very fair to look at the way they've played, and I don't know whether I've seen 162 battles. I don't know whether the piggyback is an 162 battles type of move. I don't know if the 6-man rotation is the 162 battles kind of move. And certainly the urgency with which they've played has been significantly lower than it was throughout most of last year. Not all of it. They had their issues at times last year. Have they been ready to play at 7 o'clock every night? I think we've had some real questions about that. Recently, it's been a little bit better. But throughout this season, we've seen some real sloppiness at times that it does not fit the ready to play at 7 o'clock.
No.
So, look, I don't know whether that's a messaging thing or how, I don't know enough about what goes on inside, but at least from the outside, it feels like that has changed over the course of the last year or two.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the old you lose a few battles to win the war has been kind of an adage in baseball for many years, and I think why you maybe bristled, you as much as anyone, the season before when it was like, you can't win 162 battles. Like, there's going to be battles you have to lose in series to win that series, to win that stretch, to win that month. And maybe
remember, we talked to Dan about it, and he said, well, it's more about a mentality and this and that. And yeah, I agree. Somebody's saying, Salk, you hated that. I know. I'm not trying to say I didn't. But obviously, it was fairly effective for them last year. I'm perfectly willing to admit when I'm wrong, and maybe I was, because it worked for them last year, and we're not hearing, or at the very least, we're not seeing any evidence of that same sense of urgency this year. Number 3, the effect of grace. You talked about it a lot. You noticed it last year in spring training when Dan mentioned that was going to be one of the core tenets of his managerial experience. And I think grace, Brock, is very effective when you don't need to use it that often, right? When your roommate every once in a while forgets to start the dishwasher or take out the trash, you let it go. You show some grace, right? Like, I get it. Things happen. When your roommate never takes out the trash, when your roommate never starts the dishwasher, when your roommate constantly leaves a mess.
You ever have a bad roommate?
I've had a great roommate who got sloppy at the end, and it was all started when he started dating this girl, and then eventually her chihuahua pooped in our house, and they didn't clean it up, and that was the end. We had to end our roommating relationship.
Yep.
But, like, you don't show grace when it's every day. You can't. Grace ceases. I get the concept of grace and providing it on the moments when something happens that is out of the ordinary, but what do you do when those moments become more ordinary? Yeah. Well, grace needs to turn into accountability. And I think that's been a difference this year.
A little easier to have grace when, I don't know, you're 15th in the league in run scoring. A little harder to have grace when you're dead last.
That's right.
Yeah, that makes it a little more difficult.
Well, grace is kind of giving someone the benefit of the doubt, right? But if they keep showing you the same thing, then it's kind of more blind faith.
If they don't own their own conviction about it, right? And they've got to be self-starter. They got to be convicted about it. They got to be the one to make change. Yeah, and grace can be a little tricky if it's just poured out with any of the conviction to follow.
A player-led clubhouse. One of another key core principle of what Dan was bringing here. And if you read Ryan Divish's piece this morning in the Seattle Times, he talks about that difference between Scott and where he was at and where Dan has been here for the last 2 years. And that player-led clubhouse worked really well last year. And when Cal has a stellar year and really grows into that role, it works perfectly. But what happens when he doesn't? Then what? Who? And when JP is in and out of the lineup with his injuries, who steps into that void? And Eugenio's not here as he was for the last couple of months last year. Like, who takes that on?
Yeah, I think that's one of the largest voids this year. I think that goes hand in hand with the on-field production. And when as you kind of frame it there, when your franchise quarterback turns into the worst quarterback in the league, it's really difficult. And Kyle last year was the franchise. He was the star. He had a franchise quarterback year, an MVP caliber year. Imagine if Matthew Stafford goes from throwing 45 touchdowns, and he's the MVP of the league, to completing 48% of his passes, worst in the league, and more interceptions than touchdowns. The Rams are going to turn into a pumpkin. Different sport, different game, a lot more controllables at quarterback than it is in this game of baseball, and throw injury into the mix. But yes, I think that has been of the 7 so far, I'd circle number 4 right there as one of the most massive.
Number 5 for me is the hitting strategy. And I actually think it's a very similar issue as with the last one, right? The hitting strategy they've had works great when Cal covers up all the warts with 60 home runs. What about when he doesn't?
Or when Naylor comes in for 2 months and has the highest WAR of his career in that stretch, and guys step up and different pieces, carry in different ways as well. And Julio, you look at the numbers last year, even more than this year, and had a hot stretch combined with Cal, and you become almost unbeatable in the month of August a season ago.
Number 6 is just chemistry. From the love and the freedom last year and everything, sort of getting the yoke of Scott Service off their backs. And I think they felt that, whether I necessarily did from the outside or not. A lot of them did. Maybe I'm exaggerating it. But again, read Divish's piece today. It had become too much. Scott was too involved in the clubhouse and too much. Okay. But so getting him out and sort of reopening that up last year led to this incredible love and chemistry. Mm-hmm. But this year, it's been Randy and Cal and, just sort of, waiting for an adult to kind of take over that room. That is a difference. That is something they didn't have to deal with last year. And I don't know that it's something that's been dealt with particularly well over the course of this season, in that it feels like it's still festering in some way. So 6 for me would be chemistry. It is different this year. It's not just the same thing year to year, and you just do the same thing and it's static. That's not how it works. You've got to constantly be working on it and trying to maneuver it in order to keep it right. And, I think that's what we're seeing Mike McDonald trying to do right now. It's not just going to be exactly the same as it was the year before. And then obviously you throw in the injuries as the last one, Donovan and Cal and Brash and JP. The injuries have obviously been a major part of the problems this year, but it's also part of what you've got to navigate. Like, yeah, that's a difference between last year and this year, but you've got to navigate it. That's just part of the gig.
And you're supposed to, at this stage of the culture and your farm system and everything else, you're supposed to be as deep as you've ever been. And you're 40-man up to your 150-man. So that one you're supposed to, because everybody in the league has had that to battle with different players, different stars.
And the Yankees have been without Aaron Judge half the year.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody's more important than him. So
I read this list last night. Thank you for sending it. I believe I read it during Tub Time. I had a few thoughts in, but as we talk it out, like so many of these topics, as we just engage and go back and forth, I think your 4th one right in the middle is the single biggest. And maybe, again, I'm biased and I'm prisoner to this because I was a coach's son and my parents were teachers. And I think any teacher will tell you out there, like, every year is different. Every year is different. Like Haley moved here, her senior class, unbelievably dynamic, rich with people, great relationships, incredible. Macy's class, really hard. Never really changed. Just a really tough group of kids. Talked to a 3rd grade teacher at Carson Elementary, and she's going to say, yeah, oh, I just love this class. I just wanted to keep them forever. And the 2nd grade teacher's like, yeah, good luck. Hell on Wheels is coming next year, right? And here it comes, and you got to deal with that. And I think this year, because of Dan's leadership style and his encodings and the way he's wired, he's going to turn it over to the clubhouse. It's going to be that way. He can't take control of it. He's not Lou Piniella. He's not that major alpha. My voice is going to resonate in this dugout, in this clubhouse. It's not how it's going to be. So those player-led clubhouse can be a wonderful thing. And it sure was last year. When those voices are together and they're building each other up, and you got just the right mix of good vibes, and you got just the right mix of this edgy, Naylor, just gritty, just got a perfect mix. And it was a classroom you never wanted to end. And then you push it into this year and you throw all those other variables into it that you mentioned. I think it's made this classroom really difficult.
Now, all that being said, Brock, well, I mean, yes. All that being said, like Divish says today, that this is not a clubhouse that has kind of accepted the fate of its manager or anything along those lines, as it did 2 years ago with Scott, and they were sort of ready for it, and they knew it was going to happen, and it was just sort of a matter of time, a matter of when, not if. That's not this group. No. This group does seem to be very supportive of their manager, and I can argue, you see it, the fire they've played with, they've tried. They're just not playing well. So I am very curious to see what happens next. You kind of head out here on this road trip, and you got to come up with a way to turn things around. This was Jordan Schusterman and Jake Mintz on the BarbieCast.
Very rarely do I ever want to advocate for someone to lose their job. Dan Wilson, Mariners manager. This is what it looks like when a manager does lose their job. Does that make sense?
Of course it does.
Like, team with enormous expectations and a ton of talent, underperforming for reasons that no one can really pinpoint, while displaying a total lack of energy and a general discombobulated aura. That is what happens when managers end up unemployed. And Dan Wilson has made just a comedy of mistakes throughout this season in terms of bullpen management. He is a franchise legend. I assume he was one of the 50 players honored.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, over the weekend. I guess you can't fire him before that. If they come back from this road trip, like if they have 9 games, if they go under 500, I would fire him.
It's hard for me to listen to a little bit. Not gonna lie. And some of it is because I really like Dan as a human being. I think those players do as well. I think a lot of folks in the organization do.
Mm-hmm.
I would challenge comedy of errors of bullpen usage this year, certainly compared to last year. I think a lot of that has been cleaned up. There haven't been as many head scratching. Why did you warm that guy up? There have been a few of those, but we've talked about, like, with even veteran managers.
You're right. I would agree with you. There have been fewer. There was also the moment where he didn't know the rule that he couldn't take the guy.
Yeah.
It's there have been some back. There have been a little on both sides of that.
But
I would agree.
Line,
I think overall the in game has been better. Yeah, I would agree with you.
Moving around the lineup, not trying. That one is a little hard. As is kind of the chuckle, like, oh, this is just terrible. Just a year ago, he took them to the ALCS Game 7. That was not 3 years ago.
And that was the argument that we were sort of going through. It was like, okay, well, what's changed? Well, a lot of things.
Yep.
A lot of things have changed, and maybe the job has changed a little bit in terms of what's necessary. So
yep.
I think it's an interesting conversation. Obviously, yesterday on the off day, I'm sure they were having a lot of these conversations and trying to figure out what to do. But
and we've kind of waited, right? We've kind of waited. We've had so many of these different junctures, but this little 9-game stretch now, like in the sprint of this season, like when you came around the 100-meter mark and you knew with Mora, she was looking at your backside in that race, like you kind of know where you're at, and it's kind of time for these players to go, all right, boys, like if we're going to circle the wagons for each other first and foremost, and then obviously for Dan, like this is the kind of the trip to do it, because you go 2-7 as we talked about on this trip. Which is the style of ball they played the last month. You go 2-7 on this, and you fall to 12 games under 500. I don't
know how you can justify it at that point. 206. I'll just address this very quickly because it is a very common misperception of what I think. Salk, doesn't that not work into your theory that it's okay to not win in April through July as long as you win in August and September? That's not my theory. Let me be clear. No one says games early in the season aren't important.
1.2.
Yeah. Very simple.
6.
It's about judging a team in April, May, and June rather than whether or not the wins are important. All wins are important. Sometimes you got to sacrifice one for the next day. No one single win at that point or loss is that important. But, of course, how you perform is always important. It's just not always worth judging and making a long-term decision on what you think is going to happen next. But God forbid. Coming up, Brock, at 8 o'clock, we'll go around the NFL. Right now, some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, brought to you by Culligan Seattle.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Ewart tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
Hey, Salk.
Yes, sir.
A question for you.
Yeah.
Cowherd wrote a book some years ago, right? And like all the different chapters are basically like little radio segments and everything else, and ideas and thoughts. And actually, I'm jumping on with Colin tomorrow, so hopefully he can come on with us in the next month or so. You're going to have a little downtime before the football sprint of the season. in your little downtime, why don't you write a little Salk theory book?
No.
Like an 18-chapter little Salk theory book.
Oh, I'll just write a book in the next couple of weeks?
Just so you can put your theories on paper and people can absorb them, they can read them, they can study them.
They won't. People don't read.
Clarify
People can't
them.
read. You think somebody who can't understand my theory on 162 games can read? I'm surprised they can even text.
Oh, boy.
Question number 1, Brock. Mike McDonald, what is he doing these days to try to bring out the best of his team?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to frame that question. Not the way that I framed it to you last night, but that's okay. I framed it as, what can Dan Wilson learn from Mike McDonald? He can learn, you could be a player's coach, but you can still have not even critical public commentary, but just honest and objective. Here was Mike talking about a young Andre Fuller, young corner for the Seahawks. Now he's performing.
Yeah, I told Andre the other day, like, hey, the reason you're here is because you're a big, physical, competitive, fast, smart player. So even though that you're going through the fog of being a rookie, we expect that on a per play basis, and that's the standard here on how you finish plays. And we want to see those traits come to life. And so there are plays where it shows, and that shows you that he's able to do it. And we want to see that every time he steps on the field. So that's the message to him. There's a lot of good stuff, but we'd like to see him be the best version of him is a little more frequently.
And I understand, after all these years of doing it, I understand. Football players, 7th rounders, you're a commodity. It's very, very easy. You're in and out. Baseball, very, very different. It's 25 men. Most of them have contracts, right? It's a different world that you've got to navigate. I would be very curious if there was a Hard Knocks Mariners for a month. What do these things look like behind the scenes? What do they look like on the airplane? What do they look like with Cal Raleigh in moments and valleys like he's in? I honestly think it would help an awful lot to know a little bit more of that, because I do think, I want to believe that is very much Dan's strength, to kind of pick those guys up and to be an encourager, much like, Jude talked about in this article, the influence of Dan's hockey coach and baseball coach there, and in particular baseball coach in Minnesota, and what that man meant to him and the way he went about it. And we don't get to see those things. What we get to see, unfortunately, is a lot of him and Han every single post game that just doesn't illuminate, I think, some of the strengths that Dan does have.
All right, question number 2. All right, Quinn Williams gets a 3-year deal in Dallas. Is that a data point that's relevant for a potential Leonard Williams deal?
I think it is a data point. This is one of those that's, I'll use a housing analogy, that's on your cul-de-sac. We've had a few of these now, right, that are on the cul-de-sac of defensive tackles and upper tank guys. And it's like, oh, yeah, that house, my little cul-de-sac, it just sold for X, so my house has to be worth the exact same. Not quite. That one's newer. That one's got all the new materials. That one doesn't have the same age and wear and tear. It is close. And is in the same cul-de-sac. I think those numbers are not like out of line completely. It might be a starting point for Leonard's side. I think John and organization say, hold on a second, Quinnen's 28, Leonard's 32. Leonard has got a lot going on, and he's not maybe in the DeMarcus Lawrence camp of retirement, but Brian Baldinger and close friends have talked about his perspective and how much longer does he want to do this and everything else. So we're kind of at that stage of the house. I think I kind of come back to a 3-year deal, 2 years of pretty good, high guaranteed money on that thing, and something that follows Spoon. Spoon's still the priority, but I think something that could follow him. I don't have any information on this.
A little surprised Spoon hasn't been done yet.
Yeah, we're kind of waiting on this.
I kind of thought that might have happened by now. A little surprised. I got my eye on that. All right, question number 3. What's the number one thing a young quarterback's got to do once he gets to a new team?
Whether it's high school, whether it's college, whether it's pro, and in college especially, Salk. I mean, with the transfer portal of today, if you're a young quarterback and you don't come in and engender trust right away, for that school and the transactional nature of the whole business to go, no, I like this guy. This is somebody we can build around for the next 2 or 3 years. If you don't do that, you're going to get portaled over and you're going to transfer and you're going to move and everything else. Probably the most severe in college, quite honestly, even more than the NFL. But you got to come in and engender trust. And this was one of our cohorts out there in Cleveland Sports Radio. We know how they like to do it out there. Who was this?
Aaron Goldhammer.
Yeah,
great dude.
Oh, yeah. Here's
what's happening here is that Monken does not trust Shedeur Sanders to consistently get the team in and out of the huddle on a regular basis. Okay? And that's why he's playing a guy who's a pariah in the town in which he's employed ahead of Shedeur. That is an indictment of Shedeur Sanders. I don't know how else to look at it. Now, I have a sense of where I think this is going, and I want to be clear. I'm not reporting anything. How many times does Andrew Berry trade a quarterback as we go through training camp? It happens every flipping year. Guys, I think we're approaching the end of the Shedeur Sanders era in Cleveland. I do.
Wow. Goldhammer's a great dude. Wow. He's funny. All right, there you go. That's today's Blue 88 every morning, 7:45.
Can you imagine? Just step back for a second.
Pariah.
Ladies and gentlemen,
He's
just
right.
step back. The Basinonians, just step back for just a second. Think about and compare and contrast the Cleveland Browns and the Seattle Seahawks.
It's remarkable.
I mean, they're in the same league. They get the same $500 million check from Park Avenue sharing their TV rights. Right? It is the same. Like they follow the same cap, the same rules, the same
resources.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And it is just a dysfunctional dumpster fire.
Yeah. They're playing a pariah over him. Unbelievable.
Well, and not only do it's that they don't trust Shedeur, but they don't trust him to get in and out of the huddle.
Yeah. They can't trust him to do the thing that's like saying I can't trust my author to type. Like,
well, it's crazy you say
it's
that.
Like a prerequisite.
But guys, it was just a couple years ago. The Denver Broncos fans were counting down the play clock.
It's true.
For Russell Wilson and Nathaniel Hackett to call a freaking play in the NFL.
Speaking of the NFL, let's buzz around it next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle sports extends far beyond Western Washington. Every single day, thousands across our state listen and stream Seattle sports, including our neighbors in Spokane listening on KXLX radio. Our thoughts are with everyone in Spokane, where historic fires have already devastated our state's second most populated city. Join Seattle sports in doing whatever you can for our neighbors in Spokane. See how you can help at mynorthwest.com.
Well, we just got done with a little conversation about expectations and standards. And when you name your company People Come First, Construction Group, PCF, you better live by it because those are high standards to put you, the people, you, the customer first. But they've done it for years and years. I witnessed it firsthand with Molly. They designed and built our outdoor living space, and we simply loved it. And right now, they're making it easier than ever to get started on your new dream. With 50% off your custom professional design and architectural drawing package. That means you could save over $9,000 on your project. With 12 months of no interest, no payment financing, you design your deck now and you pay later. And most people, by the way, who start with a design package end up with the exact outdoor space they've always wanted and dreamed of. This offer is your first step. Do what we did. Get a hold of PCF Construction Group today. Get your project ideas, browse their amazing photos, and find the offer details at pcfgroup.com. That's pcfgroup.com.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
when it comes to your home's water, Culligan makes it better. Say goodbye to hard water, odors, and rusty iron stains. Plus, a Culligan Whole House PFAS system is the only system certified to reduce 99.99% of forever chemicals and over 70 other harmful contaminants. Start with a free water test and let Culligan recommend the right solution for you and your water. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Visit Culligan.com. Impurities may not be in your water.
Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland are celebrating Toyota's national sales event with additional inventory on 2026 Tundras and Tacomas. The 26 Tundra SR5 through August 31st, finance a Tundra at 2.99% APR for 72 months. Excludes all applicable taxes and government fees. A negotiable doc fee of $200 is included with approved credit from TFS. Prices will vary based on accessories. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered at ToyotaRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com.
O'Brien. What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound.
Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Experience the thrill of the Kitsap Fair and Stampede, August 26th through the 30th. Keep the excitement going all week long with high-energy live concerts featuring country and rock artists, including classic American rock band Jefferson Starship and Canadian country artist Allie Walker. The Kitsap Fair and Stampede runs August 26th through the 30th. Don't miss it. Get your tickets today and all the info at kitsapfair.org. That's kitsapfair.org.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
A Wilt Chamberlain 1972 playoff game-worn jacket was recently bought for $3 at a Goodwill in Portland. You may not be sitting on a warm-up jacket worn by Wilt the Stilt, but there's serious value to your old gold, jewelry, watches, silver, and coins. Dave Wyman encouraging you to see what they're worth at Bellevue Rare Coins in Bellevue, Issaquah, Tacoma, and Linwood. They'll give you an honest, no-pressure assessment for free. See how much they're worth at Bellevue Rare Coins, and if the price is right, cash in.
If the customer wants to be met in Seattle, then let's get that car from Kirkland to Seattle so that customer can come in there and transact.
The Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
What's that face for?
Well,
what?
I'm trying to figure out if this is real.
What?
I'll tell you later.
Okay.
I hope this is real. Because if it is, what a phenomenal. I don't know. We'll see. We'll come back to this a little bit later. I don't know that. Huh?
Wow.
Did you see it, Maura?
I don't know if I don't think I know what you're talking about.
Go look at the 908 text that we got at about 7:49. Fascinating. I don't know if that's real or not, but I hope it is. All right, Brock,
yes.
Let's go around the NFL. Maura is going to take us through some of the big stories. Jeff Passan will join us in a half hour. Maura, what are we looking at here?
All right, well, first I wanted to start with something that came out this morning. Patriots cornerback Christian Gonzalez. We know that him and Devin Witherspoon have the same agent. They're both looking for contracts right now. We've been debating whether Gonzalez will get the bigger deal. He came in at number 28 on the NFL top 100 list. Devin Witherspoon didn't make the top 100.
How do we know that he hasn't made the top 100? He couldn't be ahead of him?
They revealed the people that just missed the cut, and he was at number 107.
Okay, got it.
So he was voted 107th to Christian Gonzalez's 28th.
Okay, because we know from Hard Knocks 1 that the front office is keen to reports and the Ian Rappaport report and sensitive to that, right? We saw that awesome scene with John Schneider and talking to Mike McDonald and getting a hold of Mo Kelly and everything else. So Devin Witherspoon's outside the NFL top 100. Gonzalez is 28.
Mm-hmm.
The Pro Football Focus has Devin Witherspoon
one,
number 1 corner.
Right.
This one is voted on by his peers.
Correct. Supposedly.
What do you mean?
Supposedly.
Well, we've talked to Brady about this. Like, when do guys vote? How many? This is not the Pro Bowl. The Pro
They
Bowl
do
is
it
a
around
very
Thanksgiving, it sounds
The
like. They
Pro
said they
Bowl's a
try to
very-
do it around the same time Pro Bowl voting happens.
correct. They try to. There is nowhere near. There just isn't.
Conspiracy
This
theories.
does not work with Brock's version of the world, and thus he must
Okay, but we get
discredit
really
it.
excited when a Seahawk is high on this list.
Absolutely.
I love Devin Witherspoon, and this
No, no, no,
list
no, no.
doesn't. So I am going to doubt the
No.
way the list was put together.
The Pro Bowl voting is very clear. That is done all around the league. You take time in your position meetings. Like, that's a very real thing.
No, and so is Pro Football Focus. After all, they thought that the Seahawks team that didn't win in 2014 wasn't one of the 10 best teams to not win the Super Bowl. If there's anything I trust, it's Pro Football Focus.
Understood.
I'm not saying one list is more real than the other. I was just surprised that it's that much of a disparity.
I am greatly surprised as well. And it's a difference between the prototypical number one receiver. That guy's Jamar Chase. He's 6'1", he runs 4'4", he's 200 pounds. It's not Jackson Smith and Jigba, 5'10", 2 whatever, running 4'5".
So all of that is fine, but I guess the question becomes, it turns into a Jamal Adams thing, because we used to have this conversation about Jamal Adams, right? Is he a great safety or is he a great player? And they paid him to be a great player, even though he was playing the position of safety. Can you afford to do that with Devin Witherspoon as well?
Oh, I mean, apples and oranges. Jamal Adams had so many things he could not do.
Right.
Even at safety, he could not do this. He could not do that. Tell me what Devin Witherspoon cannot do. What can he not do?
Throw a pass.
Thanks. He can tackle. He can stunt and blitz. He can get home. He can force fumbles.
He can cover.
He can cover. He can play in space. He can play nickel. He could play.
So why do you think
corner.
he's so low on this list?
On the players list?
Yeah.
I think it is some of the stats, because there have not been a massive Richard Sherman 9 interception year.
Mm-hmm.
You just have not had the
It's always had the
massive
same number
takeaway year.
of picks, though.
What's that?
It's always had the same number of picks, though.
Yeah.
But he is more of that like
prototypical
traditional shutdown.
But that's why I think he's going to get the
guys.
bigger contract, too.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Not saying that he deserves it. We love Devin Witherspoon here.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys hear about Raiders defensive end Max Crosby and quarterback Kirk Cousins getting into it?
You like that?
They were each held out of a practice last week after Crosby apparently hit Cousins' arm twice during a team period, and Cousins got in his face and grabbed his jersey the second time. Earlier in camp, Crosby told the media, "When you get out here and bullets are flying, I'm not thinking about not finishing the play. That's just not in my nature."
Well, it's got to be. I don't know what to tell you, dude. That's why the guy wears a red jersey. That's been true in every camp ever.
Yeah.
This
Oh,
was
but
what
I'm so competitive. Oh, but I'm different from everyone else. Yeah, it doesn't work that way,
Does feel a little
Max.
like that.
And I like Max Crosby, but you're in the wrong there. Sorry, pal.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
This is what Clint Kubiak had to say.
Yeah, that's training camp. Those two leaders of our team going at it. So that is part of camp. Obviously, you fight in the game, you throw a punch in the game, especially then you're out of the game. So we got to be smart, treat it like a game.
And kind of like the Browns and the Seahawks, same league, right? Totally different ends of the spectrum. Can you imagine the language used by Max Crosby versus Kirk Cousins in that altercation?
Sounds sort of like the language used sometimes off the air on this show between segments.
All right,
Gosh
there's a
darn
lot
it,
of
Saul.
buzz around the
Stop
Bears.
it.
What the?
There's a lot of buzz around the Bears in year 2 with Ben Johnson. Colin Cowherd was out at practice over the weekend, and he was very impressed with Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams has lost, he told me, 13 pounds. I'm telling you right now, he was the fastest quarterback in the league last year. His top speed was 21 miles an hour. He took off along the left side. A play broke down. He looked like a wide receiver. Now, he's not as bulky. He's not as strong. Will that hurt escapability? When guys bounce off him? Maybe. But in terms of weight loss, he did it for a reason, to be more elusive, and he looked fast. And the third thing is he's much more accurate. It's just, I talked to Ben Johnson after practice, it's just easier, it's tighter. Listen, he was a huge talent, but he was in college and as a rookie, and even a little bit last year, a little loose, sometimes a little loose, a little inconsistent. Not what I saw yesterday.
All right, here's my question for you. Thank you, Maura. Brock, are the Bears the team that are really dangerous now because they started the process last year, got close. Are they the 2013 Seahawks? Where, hey, 2012, you came really close, and then you kind of put on the finishing touches and you're going to win the next year? Or are they the team are they last year's Detroit Lions team? Where it's like, hey, everyone's excited and you got kind of far, and it's really hard to keep it going.
I just don't know.
Or
if
last year's Washington team.
Good enough at the line of scrimmage. O-line, D-line wise. I just don't know if they've got that. Detroit got decimated there at injuries, took a huge step back because they lost retirement, injuries, moved on from, that line of scrimmage offensively. And then defensively, guys got hurt and they're decimated and their season fell apart. Washington the same way. You played those Commanders.
Yep. It feels like it's going to go one way or the other with that Chicago team. They're either going to be awesome or they're going to be a disaster.
Really good. Skill is amazing.
Yeah.
But can you endure and sustain
the offensive line's stupid.
Yep.
Right. Thanks, more.
And you lose 13 pounds. I love that. He is the most dynamic. Honestly, I think he's the most dynamic QB in the league right now. Jaden Daniels close. Jaden got beat up. What happened to Jaden last year is kind of a thinner guy. There's knee, there's hamstring, there's broken elbow. We'll see if he bounces back.
Lamar's still pretty dynamic.
But Lamar is 220 pounds.
I know. He's still pretty dynamic.
Oh, absolutely.
Like you said, he's the most dynamic quarterback in the league. And
I think Caleb's a step faster than Lamar right now. Yep. I think he's a step faster.
Do you really?
Right now. I do.
Acceleration?
Yeah. I think you saw wear and tear. Acceleration?
Brock? Jeff Passan coming up in 20 after everything you need to know next.
We have arrived at the moment.
A celebration 50 seasons in the making.
This is our 50-season celebration. Do you have goosebumps?
It is my great honor to announce that Rick Riz has been unanimously elected to the Seattle Mariner Hall of Fame.
This is the most incredible night of my life.
The proud home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Holy smokes!
Certain industries expose workers to hazardous chemicals. If you worked in a paper or pulp mill, or in aircraft manufacturing or painting at Boeing, and have a child born with birth defects, your child may be entitled to legal damages as a result of your exposure to such chemicals. Birth defects have been linked to toxic chemicals, metals, and solvents used in these industries. If your child was born with brain or spinal cord damage, organ or limb malformations, blindness, cerebral palsy, genetic damage, or other birth defects, and you're a past or present worker in a paper or pulp mill, aircraft manufacturing, or painting, contact us now toll-free at 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your children may be entitled to legal damages. If you're a past or present worker in a paper or pulp mill or aircraft manufacturing or painting at Boeing, and your child has a birth defect, call toll-free at 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your call is confidential. 1-866-99-TOXIC. Message authorized by Weinstein Cajano, 600 University Street, Suite 1620, Seattle, Washington.
At Farmers, our honesty is contagious.
Wait, am I going to catch honesty?
Well, when you're with Farmers, it's kind of inevitable.
Well, how long does it take to... I lied to you when you asked if I knew what a deductible was. I don't know my dad's birthday, and I thought umbrella policies were for rainstorms. Actual rainstorms. I have it, don't I?
You don't just have honesty.
You have Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Is your car's AC blowing warm air? Don't sweat it. Bucky's Complete Auto Care is here to help. Right now, you'll save $50 on any AC service. Whether it's a weekend getaway or the daily commute, you deserve a cool, comfortable ride. For over 50 years, local drivers have trusted Bucky's for honest pricing, expert repairs, and guaranteed work, earning them the Carfax Preferred status. 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing. For $50 off your cooling system service, visit Bucky's.com.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top-quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Look, I need to be real with you for a second. At Seattle Children's Hospital, 1 in 3 patient families cannot afford the food their kids need to heal. Think about that. A child recovering from surgery, learning to walk again, and the family is struggling to put food, nutritious food, on the table. That's why Safeway and Seahawks, Jackson Smith and Jigba are launching the Food First Project, a multi-year initiative to fight pediatric food insecurity right here in our community. This is not someday maybe talk. This is grocery cards, produce vouchers, and food as medicine programs going directly to families the moment the need is identified. No barriers, no red tape, just help right now. They're funding vitamin D screenings, nutrition support for student athletes, rehabilitation feeding tools, and meals for hundreds of families staying inpatient at the hospital. I love what Safeway and Seattle Children's are doing, making a real difference where it matters most. JSN showing up. Now it's our turn, 12s. Put food first. Learn more at Safeway.com.
The champs are back.
Really excited to get going.
Nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of your Super Bowl champions, Seattle Sports.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
Dave Wyman joined by another Swedish CyberKnife patient to offer a glowing endorsement of their prostate cancer treatment. Tim Hunter, a lifelong local radio host, underwent Swedish CyberKnife treatment for prostate cancer. How did you hear about Swedish CyberKnife?
Well, it was this familiar sounding voice on the radio telling me about it, and so I thought I'd investigate that. Everything I heard was what I wanted to hear, and so I reached out.
What's it like to go through the CyberKnife treatment?
You do a 5-day-in-a-row stint. You go to the Swedish hospital. They say set aside 45 minutes for each treatment. It's really only about 35 minutes of that little robotic arm dancing around you. There's no pain involved. It's just a matter of listening to music in headphones and trying your best not to move.
Looking back on your Swedish CyberKnife experience, what stood out?
It was too easy. It was just too easy. I went through it and I just went, that's it?
Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife. Swedish.org/CyberKnifeProstate.
CyberKnife is a registered trademark of Accuray Incorporated and is used with permission.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, the Mariners are in that moment where if they want to stop this, it's got to happen right now, Brock. They are in a bind. Things are going the wrong way, and they are heading out on the road for a very difficult 9-game trip through the Bronx, Houston, and Milwaukee. It starts tonight, this afternoon. Brian Wu getting the start against Ryan Weathers. Wu has obviously struggled badly on the road this year, so to do this in Yankee Stadium is sort of next up. Adam Jude with his take on where the team is at.
It feels like we're seeing the same thing night after night after night, and nobody has really any answers, and nobody's really been able to bust through. We've seen some, big moments here and there. Dom Canzone. We thought maybe Josh Naylor, a couple home runs the other night on Saturday, maybe get him going a little bit, but obviously it hasn't been anything sustainable, and that's how you lose 19 out of 28 or 19 out of 27, whatever it is right now. It's been one of the worst stretches of offensive baseball, frankly, that I think we can remember in Mariners history, and obviously that's saying a lot when the Mariners have had a pretty rough tradition in that regard. So
I know this. I'm going to ask this, and it's going to sound really stupid. But is this actually exactly what they need?
To go on the road?
To go on the road.
Yeah, go confound expectations away from all of this.
Go play in a hitter's environment where a ball that's going to be hit to a gap is caught at T-Mobile, or a ball that doesn't leave the yard in right field is long gone in New York, and then you go to the Crawford boxes, a Houston team that you have handled the last couple years. Like, Is this actually, on paper, a more favorable versus empty stadium, nothing to play for, Kansas City, Miami, these teams that are out of it, bring your own juice, that no, you're going to go to a couple places that are very juiced. Oh, and then it ends in Milwaukee versus a team built very similar to the Rays that just swept you.
Yeah.
Maybe not that one, but maybe these first two.
But you go and beat these teams. You can show that you've got your managers back, and absolutely. I mean, that's why I've refused to just say, okay, it's over, because it's not. You're still 30% chance to make the playoffs, which isn't great, but it's certainly not nothing. But you got to do it. And now you're going to probably have to do it in a very difficult circumstance on the road. Rangers won last night, so did the Astros. So M's are 4.5 games back now in the division as of this morning. 4 in the wild card. You really do have to win those games in order to not let this thing slip away.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, back to practice for the Seahawks yesterday, but the big conversation is Terrion Arnold. Brock, he was in for a visit. That was made official yesterday. And then Mike McDonald was asked about the possibility of actually signing him to the roster.
Well, we're going to do our due diligence, and there's a lot of people in Terrion's corner that that we respect in terms of the type of guy he is. So we're going to work through all that, and I think I trust our people to make the best decision for us, and we also think this is a great place to come work too, and that people can be the best version of themselves if given the opportunity. So it kind of works both ways.
I think I give you 5 as I do my due diligence and kind of look at the bio and the background and the track record. I mentioned Carl Scott being number 1 on that list. After all, he recruited him to Alabama. I put Nick Saban number 2. The relationships that folks in that building have with Nick Saban, very, very high. I would put Jalen Milroe 3 on that list as a friend, as a roommate, as somebody that went through it at Alabama together. I might put 4 shared representation with Jalen Milroe, and then probably number 5, Josh Jobe. Right, an Alabama guy, and in that room at least for a year with him when he was very, very young. But there are a bunch of, get this, connective tissue. Pretty cool.
There you go. It's a big Brock Hewardism right there. Let's see what else I've got. Mike was talking about some of the guys who returned to practice yesterday, including Bobo and Sheriff and Mike Morris, including Julian Neal.
Yeah, he's on his way back. Which is exciting. We had a few guys that are kind of entering the ramp back into practice mode, which is nice.
They did something
which is nice.
Weeks
I like
back.
when he says that as if yeah, it's nice. Get them back out here.
The Seahawks social media, pretty fun. They push the envelope. They do some kind of fun things post practice. And I believe this was in a mini camp post practice with the rookies, and they asked them who they look like. Who have you been told you look like?
Me?
Maybe I've been told I look like a certain comedian.
Yeah, Jim Brewer.
Yeah, maybe I've been told I look
Goat
like
Boy.
that.
Jimmy Kimmel for me, obviously.
Do you remember who Julian Neal himself said he's been told he looks like?
Oh, darn it.
Because now that's all I see. Now every time I think of Julian Neal, I see it's a very distinct.
I know, it's a distinct
very, very distinct looking.
Scottie
fella.
Pippen.
There you go.
Yeah, he looks a lot like Scottie Pippen.
Yes, he does.
He does, yeah. There's no doubt. Looks a lot like Scottie Pippen.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Me? No, Jimmy Kimmel, man.
Oh, that's right, Jimmy.
I got Kimmel. I don't need
Ian, who do people say you look like for the audience that hasn't got to know you as well?
I had a grandma tell me that I look like Patrick Swayze, like old Patrick Swayze.
I can see a little of that. I can see some of that, yeah.
You had a grandma?
Like one of my friend's grandmas. I was like,
a friend's grandma.
came
More
over
we
for
know
dinner.
looks
She was
like,
like, "Oh, it's Patrick Swayze."
Caitlin Collins.
Oh, that one, yeah. I used to get Katie
CNN.
Holmes when I was younger a lot, too.
Yeah, a little, but I got a lot of Caitlin.
Yeah, I can even see that one a little.
Yeah.
John Clayton used to tell me all the time. I saw you on TV.
I was watching CNN last night. Saw you on TV reporting.
No.
All right, are we on to number 3 here? Okay, good. Hard Knocks starts tonight again, Brock. Episode number 2. You want to hear from Pat Harris, the director?
There is star power here that I don't think enough people know about. Even seeing the Super Bowl team and guys like Ernest Jones, where it's like that he was an All-Pro. Like he should be listed as one of the best linebackers in every conversation that happens. So I think we came in saying, look, there's a lot of star power here that we want to showcase. But then it's also seeing just the process that they go through and the attention to detail. And I think that stood out to me from meetings to practice. Like they hit the ground running and they were just, incredible from day one.
So if episode 1 was a lot of head neck, bunch of Cooper Kupp.
And there's supposed to be more head neck tonight. More
sure?
Derek Hall, yeah.
I think it'll be more Leonard tonight.
Well,
I
from
think
what
we're
I
gonna-
saw from him, the director, he also did a thing with King 5.
Okay.
A lot of Derek Hall, a lot of Sam Darnold.
Okay. All right. I think they're also going to start poking fun at some guys.
I hope so.
Yes.
Sounds good. All right, that is everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show.
I mean, Emmanuel Wilson said the other day that they've been giving running back coach Thomas Hammock a hard time about his Hard Knocks debut.
Oh, about his belly shake? About that whole thing moving vertically and horizontally somehow at the same time?
Not easy to do.
With a shimmy.
It's like one of those diagonal crossing roads, like Shibuya Crossing. Okay, Jeff Passan will join us next. What does he see? He's kind of gone back and forth. Is Jeff going to finally make a proclamation? Like, where is Jeff? One day it's one thing. One day he goes back on his word. Who is this guy? It's next on Brock and Salk.
Isn't it great to be back in pads playing football? Little Seahawks style.
The work continues for the defending champs.
Creating this vision of who we want to become all the time.
With the first preseason game coming up Saturday against the Cowboys at Lumen. What are the biggest questions? The players to keep an eye on. Roster battles to watch.
Hey, we got to turn it up, dude.
Stay connected to all things training camp on Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Well, right now is the perfect time to save money. When is it not the perfect time? And one of the easiest ways that you can save is take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. Molly and I did. We took the First Mark Insurance Challenge, and we saved not only thousands of dollars the very first year, we've been saving ever since. Here's how. First Mark Insurance goes to work for you, not one insurance company. They compare rates and coverage from dozens of the top-rated carriers. Then they go to work to find you the right coverage at the lowest possible price for your family. And when you need them, you'll talk to a real person who knows you and is there to help you. That's the kind of world-class service that has kept us with First Mark year after year. Take the First Mark Challenge today. Just like so many of my family and friends have, it costs you nothing. There's no obligation, and you'll find out just how much money you could be saving every single month. You could be the next First Mark Challenge victory. After all, they've had over 11,000 of them. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com. What are you waiting for? Your savings start tomorrow. firstmarkinsurance.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Back to savings at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a free MicroGuard Select oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Is your car's AC blowing warm air? Don't sweat it. Bucky's Complete Auto Care is here to help. Right now, you'll save $50 on any AC service. Whether it's a weekend getaway or the daily commute, you deserve a cool, comfortable ride. For over 50 years, local drivers have trusted Buc-ee's for honest pricing, expert repairs, and guaranteed work, earning them the Carfax Preferred status. 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing. For $50 off your cooling system service, visit Buc-ee's.com.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Everything that matters is at stake in a divorce. Your home, your savings, your children. For many of our clients, a divorce was unwanted. This is Rick Jones. At Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men, our team of experienced attorneys handle every aspect of a divorce and custody case. When stakes are high, you need a lawyer you can trust. Husbands and fathers trust Goldberg Jones. Visit us at goldbergjones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. That's goldbergjones.com.
Ooh, that face. Quantum fiber internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Hey, Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of her video calls. Back to back to back video calls.
Quantum fiber internet blowing the soxies up all those people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
Shut up, Salk. It's Brock and Salk's weekly chat with ESPN senior baseball writer Jeff Passan.
Man, when you have a talent like him.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
I see this being the beginning of the best run in the history of this franchise.
On Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Well, amazing how things can change week to week. Jeffrey, the last couple of weeks have had two different tones. Where are we at today?
I don't even know if words can describe it right now. It's just more of like a guttural intonation of like, ugh, because that's how the Mariners are playing right now. And it's what they've been all season. And it's funny. I did a podcast today, and at the end, I was going over my American League World Series pick. And I still could not help myself from mentioning the Mariners, saying if ever they figure out what ails them, if ever the BABIP gods smile on them and this offense stops being the worst in baseball and the starting pitching gets together to the extent that we know it can, the American League is still so wide open that I can't quit the Mariners. But that's a me problem, because it feels like this team should have been quit on by fans a long time ago.
Was this on the All the Smoke podcast?
No, this was Sources Tell Jeff Passan.
Oh, Sources Tell Jeff. Because I was going to say Up in Smoke.
Did you like the All the Smoke with me?
I
sitting
did.
in that tiny chair and looking like Casper the Friendly Ghost with.
Are you pale?
I mean,
is that right? Are you a pale guy?
I'm so white. Like, I'm so extraordinarily translucently white. And I don't know if it was the lighting there. It was a bad hair day on top of that. I was not at my finest in that situation. And here I am sitting next to like a handsome 6'8" man in Matt Barnes. And I'm like, oh boy, this is a mismatch right here. Spud Webb against Shaq.
More embarrassing, Jeff Passan in that moment, or the Mariners getting swept during the 50th celebration this weekend?
They got swept by the best team in the American League, and maybe I'm just insecure, so I'm going to say me.
But 4 runs in 3 games with those crowds and those legends,
I mean,
it really was a tough look.
I think every week before I come on here, just to sort of get some context on how the Mariners are doing compared to the league, I will go to Fangraphs, and you can do a last 7 days split. And so I split it the last 7 days, and it's sorted by runs. And at the top of the runs list over the last week, the Boston Red Sox and the New York Mets with 50 each. Third place, Philadelphia. Fourth, Detroit. Fifth with the Cubs at 34 runs. And I keep scrolling down, and all the way at the bottom, the sad sack Mariners with 8 runs. 8 freaking runs in 6 games. A 195 batting average, maybe even worse, a sub 300 slugging percentage and a sub 260 on base percentage. And I don't get it. Let's put it this way. In looking into the Mariners for my show, I started trying to answer the question, why? Why are they like this? Why are they so bad offensively? Because if you look historically, guys, at the lowest scoring team in Major League Baseball, almost always the OPS plus for that team. So that's the OPS on a 100-point scale weighted against league average with ballpark factored in. The OPS plus for those teams that are the lowest scoring teams in baseball are always 28th or worse. The Mariners right now are 20th, which suggests that something is dragging down this offense, something beyond, the typical things you would think. And what I found is 2 different things. Number one, the Mariners are last in Major League Baseball in batting average on balls in play, which tends to be a luck-based statistic. The Pirates are first right now with a 317 average when they put the ball in play. The Mariners last at 272. But even beyond that, this is through Sunday, so I might be a little bit off on this, but the Mariners have the second lowest batting average with runners in scoring position at 216, and their BABIP, that batting average on balls in play with runners in scoring position, is 247. Cal Raleigh, Julio Rodriguez, and Colt Emerson combined are hitting below 200 with runners in scoring position. They have 6 home runs in 233 plate appearances, almost a 35% strikeout rate. All of this together, it makes sense, right? Just because it's what the numbers say, and they are not in this situation lying. But what doesn't make sense is why this would befall the Mariners right now. And that is an answer that I do not have to the most pertinent question about the Mariners this season.
Okay, little bigger picture. Salk put together a graph chart. He went on like Excel. It was amazing. He was just a overachiever last night.
What a wizard.
Yeah, what a wizard.
Yes, I am.
I'm a big fan of pie charts. I like pie charts as much as anything. So take all of those ingredients you just shared there offensively, Jeff, and let's make a little pie chart of blame or fault or reasoning for why this team is 56-63 and played some of the worst baseball in all of baseball over the last month plus. So a little bigger, you could take it from above just the hitting, and I appreciate all those numbers and all that homework. If you just put a pie chart of blame, how do you slice it up?
Well, how granular do you want me to get here, Brock? Because am I cutting
if you want to go spicy
into
chicken sausage on your mod pizza, you can do that. If you want to go the little feta, if you want to, whatever ingredients you want, however granular you want to take it.
Oh, see, I was envisioning a fruit pie, and I'm just so glad that you would rather have a pizza pie. Because I think I know I'm wrong on this, but I think fruit pies are like the most overrated thing in the culinary world. Anyway, we'll get to that.
I don't hate that take.
Pretty wrong.
I don't hate it.
Yeah. No, it's entirely correct. This is such a sock being like a New Englander who wants a pie in his window. Like that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, with my waspy background. You got me.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, you nailed that one, Jeffrey.
All right, so let's go pizza pie. Let's go pie. Give me the pie.
I'm gonna go hitting an offense 70%. And of that 70, I'm gonna put like 20 to batted ball luck. I'm gonna put 25 to poor jobs with runners in scoring position, and I'm just gonna do 25 to general what's wrong with you people. And then the final 30%, I'd say 15% for the pitching and 15% for the defense, which has not been good this year.
So one thing just to stay with the offense, yesterday we got into this conversation because it has been this back and forth debate in Seattle, right, about strikeouts and contact and power and, putting the ball in play. And while I have eased up on some of my 3 true outcome love, I still, at my core, think that it's a pretty relevant way to win and to score a lot of runs. And I can't help but notice that the Mariners' strikeout numbers are the one thing that have gotten better this year. They have. They're not striking out as much as they have the past couple of years. But it's not leading to nearly as many runs. In fact, a few years ago, when they led the league in strikeouts, they were 10th in runs. Right now, they're 30th in runs. I'm not saying that they need to strike out more because that sounds kind of dumb.
That is kind of dumb.
But are they in between? Is there not a clear understanding of roles? You talked about that with Kevin Cash the other day and how good he is at getting his players to understand what their specific role is. Do they not have a clear understanding of, hey, who's a three true outcome guy? Who's swinging for power? Who's trying to get on base? Who's trying to, just make contact? Is there not enough just clarity in everyone's job?
I don't think so, because I think if you look at the strikeout numbers and the walk numbers from each individual Mariner, he's kind of doing what we would expect, right? Like, I did not anticipate Colt Emerson would strike out this much. But beyond him, Luke Raley's striking out a lot. Yeah, that's what he does. Cal Raleigh's striking out a lot. Yeah, that's what he does too. And, everyone else, like Randy Arozarena, historically, like a 20% guy. Don Canzone, Julio Rodriguez, right around 20%. And then you add a guy like Brendan Donovan and keep a guy like Josh Naylor around for the whole season, it's going to bring the strikeout rate down. But I don't do you have examples of guys who you feel like, I say this not exactly being serious, but guys you want to strike out more?
No. No, I don't.
I just think these guys are who they are. And
I just want more power. I mean, honestly, Jeff, to me, it's just about more walks and more power. And the strikeouts to me tend to be the unfortunate byproduct of trying to get more power and more walks into your offense, right? And if you're going to take more pitches, then sometimes those pitches are going to be strikes, and sometimes you're going to end up striking out more. And if you're going to swing really hard, then sometimes you're going to miss. And I'm willing to accept some of those, crappy outcomes in order to get the doubles and the home runs and the walks that come with it. They're not the Rays. They're not built like the Rays. They're not built like the Marlins. Right. They don't have 9 guys that can all get on base with just batted ball. So what do? Yeah. Commit to something.
I suppose how much of this comes back, though, to the difference between Cal Raleigh in 2025 and
a lot of it. There's no doubt. I mean, because he covers up a lot of those ails with 60.
Okay, so let me bring a new angle to that, Jeff. I'm glad you brought that up, because the whole conversation there, I was just thinking that in the back of my head. And I don't know, last week or so, a couple weeks ago, I took a little looky-loo at Adley Rutschman. Here was Adley Rutschman, All-Star. Here was Adley Rutschman, switch hitter. Here was Adley Rutschman, the home run derby. Here was Adley Rutschman, top pick and just absolutely on Salk's little graph chart, just exploding. And then absolutely cratered for a year. What happened, and how did he bounce back?
I think there were some physical things. I think there were some things going on in his life as well. I think it was the combination of that really got to Adley Rutschman, and I think his head's on straight and his body's doing better this year, and it's as simple as that. I do not know this for fact. I think we will probably find out about the entire extent in the off season, but I have a hard time thinking Cal Raleigh's doing this and he's not banged up and just trying to grind through it. And I respect that. I appreciate that. But it's August and he's hitting 160. And that is, even with the lowest moments of pre-60 homer Cal Raleigh, we haven't seen anything like this from him. So let's put it this way. I would be willing to bet a good sum of cash money, and I know I'm not going out on a limb here, that the Cal Raleigh we see next year will be a significantly better player than the one we've seen this year.
Mm-hmm. So what do you do over the final 40-game sprint? You just live with it? You just let him wear it? You just let him, gut it out and play injured and hit $160 and strike out 35% of the time? Or do you just say, sorry, Cal, this is just too important now. We've dug ourselves such a hole that we're gonna sit you.
For Johnny Paredes.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think that makes sense?
Yeah. I don't think that is going to happen, and I do not think that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
He's your franchise player. He's he's your guy. He's your nine-figure contract. He's your leader. He's your captain without a C. And if Cal Raleigh wants to play, you play him. Okay. And you hope that he looks at this in a holistic way, and if he's not feeling, I'm not even going to say feeling 100%, because it's not a fair standard or threshold for players. There are plenty of guys who play hurt and succeed through it. But if there is, I'll say this. If there's reason to believe that sitting Cal Raleigh for a week is going to get his body in the position for the last 5 weeks, 6 weeks of the season to be the time that we expect from him, then yeah, I would not be opposed to that. But I just don't think there's any guarantee at this point. I think it's probably just general, not a very specific area, but just general, body has been through a whole lot, whether it's WBC and starting up early or, the amount of volume that he played last year. His body gets pushed on a daily basis, and sometimes it screams uncle without screaming it.
Jeff, you got people going quite a bit 2 weeks ago with your thoughts and comments about the manager. Where are you at today with the Mariners and Dan Wilson?
Nothing has changed. Right? I think the things I said 2 weeks ago still go now, still stand. And I just wonder if the season's gotten too far away at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan Divish put a piece out today. I think it echoes some of what Salk said yesterday, that both, I think, Mike, I don't want to speak for you, Salky, and Ryan put it in print today. Do not anticipate any change being made, certainly not in the short term and maybe not over the course of the whole season. Do you land on that opinion as well?
Yeah, I think that's probably right. I think if you're going to have done something, it probably would be done already. When did Dan Wilson take over for Scout Service?
August 23rd, I think it was.
All right. Well, there is precedent. There is history.
Were 64 and 64 on that day and 5 games out. today.
64 and 64 sounds pretty nice these days.
I know. Now, different division, different American League that year, but yeah, it is.
But they had gone through the same stretch. They
Yep.
played about the same percentage of baseball that the Mariners
It actually
have for
wasn't
the
as
last
bad
month
as
and a half.
this. This is worse. I mean, they're playing worse than 333 ball. Like they're losing more than twice as many games as they're winning over the last month or two. Like
7-19.
It's pretty bad. So
yeah, I have nothing to add to that.
All
It
right,
was pretty
good.
bad.
All right. Well then,
Okay, I got a fun one. You also said to us last week
That's
or the
really
week
good to hear. Good.
last week or the week before that whenever the timing is right as far as rookie limits and everything else and not starting the clock on Cade Anderson, it appears others have done the homework and it looks like come Thursday he could be called up, as can others, and it not affect his clock. So come Thursday or, I don't know, maybe Friday in Houston, is Cade Anderson in the Mariner uniform?
I hope so.
You and Bill
I
Simmons?
have not. I have not had anyone say to me or suggest that Cade Anderson is definitively coming up. That does not mean that's not happening. I just don't want to. You guys know the way the internet is. If I say Cade Anderson is likely to, it's going to be yeah. I don't know.
Pale-faced Jeff Passan reporting.
Get outside, Passan.
Sit in the sun.
Seriously.
Passan. Goodness. Do you just burn? Is that the problem? Do you just burn like a wildfire?
I do. They created a new SPF level for me.
Did you get a chance to see any of the 50th stuff? Did you get a chance to see their 50 great players out on the field? It was really cool. I mean, obviously the stuff that went on the field wasn't great, but the rest of the weekend was really cool. And seeing A-Rod back in Seattle for the first time and getting cheers was, I don't know if it was the highlight, but it was certainly the most interesting of the group.
Yeah, I'm. If I'm going back to my 1990s days as a teenager, to me, the Mariners will always be Junior, Edgar, Ichiro, and Alex Rodriguez might have had. I don't know if his best years, certainly among his best years, were in Seattle, but I still look at him. I don't know. I don't look at him like a Mariner. Is that wrong of me?
No, I think of him as a Yankee, but it was obviously very clear, and we talked to him last week, that it was pretty clear that it was important to him to mend that fence,
have some closure,
and to have some closure on that part of his life and his career.
Was there beef?
Oh, well, I mean, the fans, he's never been back here. The fans have booed him every time he ever came back as a player. He'd never been honored here. He'd never thrown out a pitch or, appeared in any way with the Mariner organization since the day he left.
Yeah, I'm just glad something like that happened because, in sports, it's like our relationships with these players as fans can be so fleeting. And especially if somebody leaves, you feel like they turn their back on you or like your city wasn't worthy. It's never that. And it is, I take it back. It's very rarely that. and it is typically not personal at all. And I would like to think that fan bases would know that and would acknowledge that and would recognize that, hey, maybe the reason that I didn't come back wasn't because of you, wasn't because of the team, was because of the owner, and he didn't want to pay me.
We will talk to you in a week. The Mariners will play 3 in New York, 3 down in Houston. These 6 games, based on the BABIPs and the luck and the execution and everything else, and matchups, frankly. Where do the Mariners sit over these 6 games? How important is this little 6-game stretch?
It's important just because I feel like they need to prove to themselves that they're still in this race. But it's funny, you think like a 4-2 stretch between New York and Houston would be quite a success. And then you look at it, and where does 4-2 get the Mariners to 60-65? And that really doesn't feel a whole lot better than where they're sitting right now. They need to rip off a run, guys. Like, this needs to be like a 6, 7, 8 games in a row at some point, or they're, the clock is running.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at the standings in the American League at the wild card, you've got a team that's barely over 500 in the Texas Rangers. Team that, if you're a Seattle Mariners fan, you think we are better than them. But not only do you have the Rangers to jump over, but the Twins, Tigers, the Guardians, the Orioles, the freaking Blue Jays are ahead of the Mariners in the standings right now. It's possible, guys. We saw what the Boston Red Sox did, but they also had to go on a legitimately historic run to do it. And the Mariners are getting close to the point where they're facing that same reality.
And we know they've got a very soft September schedule. We talked through this 24-game stretch in August, said they needed to go 12-12. They've started 1-5. So you know the math, right? They now need to go 11-7 in order to get 12-12. That's not, when you say it that way, 11-7 sounds doable, but you're going to have to do it against New York, against Houston, against Milwaukee, against Philly, the Cubs.
Even Mike, even if you go 11-7 the rest of the way, you're still 3 games under 500.
I know.
Like,
yep.
It's ugh. I'm gonna that same noise from the beginning.
Jeff, enjoy. We'll talk to you next week. Thank you.
Go sit in the sun. Go sit in the sun.
Yeah, go get some color. No? All right, probably not. There goes Jeff Passan, Brock. Every week, of course, every Tuesday we talk to Jeffrey, and as he said, nothing has really changed. He's right. At 12-12 was sort of the bare minimum. You got to at least go 12-12 just to have a shot in September.
And I get those BABIP numbers, and I know over 162 they tell the story. They do. But I also know what my eyes have seen with soft contact, rollover, soft contact, rollover, soft. It's just and the hard hit numbers and those things that also offset that. They've dug themselves quite a hole that's got to start to change here in New York this afternoon.
All right, coming up at 9:30, we are on to the final week of the season for the Seahawks. I'm sure you remember how they beat the Niners, Brock, to get to 14-3. We'll do that at 9:30. We got to answer the question jerk. If you guys want to send some questions over early, now's a good time. 866-979-3776. 22nd most intriguing Seahawks next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle sports extends far beyond Western Washington. Every single day, thousands across our state listen and stream Seattle sports, including our neighbors in Spokane listening on KXLX radio. Our thoughts are with everyone in Spokane, where historic fires have already devastated our state's second most populated city. Join Seattle sports in doing whatever you can for our neighbors in Spokane. See how you can help at mynorthwest.com.
Keep your summer fun going in a rugged new Toyota truck, like a powerful built-in-the-USA Tundra. Now through August 31st, during Toyota's national sales event, you can get a new 26 Tundra with 2.99 APR financing with approved credit through TFS, or get $1,000 customer cash on Tundra. Excludes TRD Pro, or you can take advantage of a customized lease just for you. A negotiable dock fee of up to $200 may be added. For complete details, go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
2 years ago, my office launched a major media campaign to identify a key witness to our client's bicycle accident, which we later settled for $10 million. Because when we accept a case, we don't rest until we do everything possible to improve our client's chance of recovery. We're one of only a few firms in the state with an in-house investigation team building our clients' cases. So when you hire Davis Law Group, you don't just get a dedicated and award-winning legal team. You get our commitment to better service and even better results. Request a free consultation today at 206-888-8888.
Right now is the perfect time to save some money. And one of the easiest ways to save, take the First Mark Challenge. Molly and I took the First Mark Insurance Challenge, and we saved thousands of dollars the first year with First Mark Insurance. And we've been saving ever since. Here's how. Firstmark Insurance works for you, not one insurance company. They compare rates and coverage from dozens of the top-rated carriers. Then they go to work to find you the right coverage at the lowest possible price for your needs. And when you need them, well, you'll talk to a real person who knows you and is there to help you. That's the kind of world-class service that has kept us with Firstmark year after year after year. Take the Firstmark Challenge today. It costs you nothing. There's no obligation, and you'll find out just how much money you could be saving every single month. You could be the next Firstmark Challenge victory. They've had over 11,000 of them. Simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com. What are you waiting for? Your savings? They start tomorrow. firstmarkinsurance.com. That's firstmarkinsurance.com.
It's Olympic Hot Tub's 49th birthday, and you get the gifts. Big savings on saltwater hot spring spas, plus free Bluetooth music and interest-free financing for 3 years. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
The best path at that point was to stop for the night, and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier.
The LJ way.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net.
Slow drain, backed up toilet? Call Day and Night to save $100 off any drain cleaning.
Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. From a slow drain to a major backup, no drain is too big or too small. Whether we're your first choice or smart second opinion, I guarantee our experts will solve any drain problem, day or night.
Now get $100 off any drain cleaning.
DayandNight.net.
Look, I need to be real with you for a second. At Seattle Children's Hospital, 1 in 3 patient families cannot afford the food their kids need to heal. Think about that. A child recovering from surgery, learning to walk again, and the family is struggling to put food, nutritious food, on the table. That's why Safeway and Seahawks, Jackson Smith and Jigba are launching the Food First Project, a multi-year initiative to fight pediatric food insecurity right here in our community. This is not someday maybe talk. This is grocery cards, produce vouchers, and food as medicine programs going directly to families the moment the need is identified. No barriers, no red tape, just help right now. They're funding vitamin D screenings, nutrition support for student athletes, rehabilitation feeding tools, and meals for hundreds of families staying inpatient at the hospital. I love what Safeway and Seattle Children's are doing, making a real difference where it matters most. JSN showing up. Now it's our turn, 12s. Put food first. Learn more at Safeway.com.
Everyone always asks me, what were your top reasons for choosing Advanced Hair? Well, allow me to share, along with some details on, get this, their once-a-year summer savings event. Okay, first off, Advanced Hair stands by the results, and I'm living proof those results are second to none. With Advanced Hair, your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow. Secondly, Advanced Hair combines top-rated physicians with modern technology, creating a concierge quality experience that blew away my expectations. And lastly, Advanced Hair's Advanced FUE begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. It is quick, simple, and easy. Now, if you have a flexible schedule this summer and you've been waiting for that special savings opportunity, well, it's here. Advanced Hair's Summer Savings Event will get you the most hair for your dollar. It's their best offer ever. For details to schedule your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Eward is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of management.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Hello! All right, yeah, answer the question, Jurgen, 945. Send your questions in. Text them to 866-979-3776. Any question, any subject. Looking forward to answering those in 45 minutes. Brock, every day we are counting down the most intriguing Seahawks. We will get to number one right before the beginning of the season, that Wednesday night battle at home against the Patriots. Tonight, or today rather, we are at...
Let you down again. Sorry.
2 in a row.
I'm trying to cut Jeff Passan. Yeah, 2 in a row.
2 in a row.
face.
I was so excited.
Sorry, Brock was distracting me in the break, asking me if I got bad news.
Brock,
No.
you guys are messing up my
computer's not working.
One thing I worked hard
We're
on,
down
the
two.
most
I quit.
intriguing Seahawks. More is quitting. We're totally screwed. Anyway, number 22. And much like yesterday, I couldn't bring myself to just put one name here. I promise this is the last time I have this in here. But today's is really just the third corner. Maybe that's Pritchett. Maybe that's Neal. Maybe that's Igbenoghene. Maybe that's Shamar John Charles. I don't know who that's going to be. And maybe it's going to be none of them because they signed Terry and Arnold. And all of these guys get bumped back one. Thank you for the music. I don't know. I don't know who it's going to be. Brady Henderson was asked. And this was his answer.
Yeah, I got a feeling it's going to be Noah Igbenoghene. You know, when the pads come on and the games start for real, I think you're going to see his physicality win out. He's been in the NFL for a while as a former first-round pick, but he's played in the slot quite a bit the last few years. And to do that, you know that there is a certain physicality there. And I saw him, yesterday they were only in shells, but I saw him blitz and blow up a run play. And I got a feeling that, he is going to win that battle. And Nehemiah Pritchett's done well. I mean, he has got reps with the first team. He obviously knows the defense from having been here for a few years, but I got a feeling that Igbenoghene is going to win that job. And I'm not going to count out Julian Neal, but he's missed a week or so at this point with some sort of injury. And when you're a rookie trying to catch up to two veterans, I wonder if he has maybe missed too much time at this point to really factor into that mix.
So those four guys are all battling. It sounds like Neal was activated today or was able to get back on the practice field yesterday, excuse me. So hopefully there's a little bit of a shot there. Nehemiah Pritchett, I think we've seen some of that ups
I got some
and
scar
downs.
tissue there. Yeah. That Tampa game.
And when I hear physicality, that kind of jumps out to me with Igbenoghene. Here's a little from Mike McDonald, asked about what's going on with that third corner spot.
Yeah, there's great competition right now. I like to just to narrow it down to hey, it's the third corner spot. I think that's probably a little bit narrow. It's how we want to allocate all of our people. It's whoever wins the job. It's not like they're the ones getting all those snaps. It's how we want to deploy how many DBs at a given time. Do we want to be able to play more, 3 linebacker sets? Do we want to play more 5 down sets? It's kind of everybody right now. So it's, the front guys are battling for say, hey, look, we need to be on the field more. That trickles into the linebacker room, which affects the DB room and vice versa. So that's kind of where we're at right now. But both those two guys you mentioned are having really good camps, and they're definitely putting their best foot forward.
So I think the point that I get out of that is we can talk about the third corner spot. Look, Nick Igbenoghene is going to be on as a nickel defender a lot. And so how this actually shakes out, it's not as simple as it might be on other teams because of the versatility of Witherspoon, because of the versatility of Igbenoghene. Heck, even with the versatility of guys like Ty Okada and Julian Love, they've got a lot of really versatile players. Yeah, Bell, put him on that list as well. And even Igbenoghene. These guys all have a lot of versatility, which makes it unique. But you would still think that there's going to come a time with the injuries that are natural at that position where at least one of these 3 or 4 guys is going to be asked to be on the field for significant time. Yep. And I'm curious to see which one ends up coming out of it.
Yeah, and then the Terry and Arnold kind of wild card in it as well. You'd like to get that probably done if you're going to make that move. Because you talk about clarity, Salk. He was in with the Seahawks Sunday. He was in New Orleans Monday. I don't know if there's other trips he's going to take. I don't know what his representation believes is the best spot for him. I think I can make a pretty strong case that the singular best spot would be right here in Seattle with relationships that he already has, a system that understands it, that can play the long game. Because if he goes on that exempt list and he's out for 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 10, who knows how long that's going to be. But you throw him into this mix as well. And really when I hear Mike talk, you know what I hear, Salk? I hear a baseball manager say, that's all great. I know you're looking at my players, but we mix and match our lineups so much. We platoon based on opponents, right? We go into a game plan and we want to really take away this. And it might be this week, this grouping.
Yeah, that's
the next week it might be that grouping.
Until you end up with some of the games that we watched last year where they're all hurt. I mean, it just happens. It's just like the natural order of things in the NFL that at least two of these guys are going to end up playing a big role in at least a couple of games. So are they up for it? I like what Brady said. Let's see when the pads come on with Igbenoghene, and once they start getting into some of these, preseason games and the mixed scrimmage next week with Tennessee, like, what does it look like then? I think that we'll have a little bit better idea. But there are only so many battles in camp.
And so crazy,
and this is one.
By the way. So crazy. The Darian Kendrick was like a stud the first month of the season.
I know.
Had multiple interceptions and then doesn't even finish here with you.
Very strange. All right, that's number 22 on our list of the 25 most intriguing Seahawks. We're doing those every day at 9 o'clock. At 9:30, we'll run through Week 18 as the Seahawks beat San Francisco. We also have some breaking news this morning, Brock, and very positive breaking news announced by the team just a couple of minutes ago, and I saw tweets from Brady Henderson and our friend Brian Nehmauser. Igbenoghene has passed his physical and will come off the PUP list. So that's great news. Probably earlier than most people thought that might happen. That means can practice, right? Doesn't mean he's going to be full go game, everything right away, but that means he should be out of practice.
That means you're going to see him on the side field. That means you're going to see him build into doing warm-ups. That means you're going to see him right now with no setbacks, absolutely available week number 1 in a month.
Huge deal.
So some of the concern that Bert had, again, he chatted with folks maybe, and maybe they tempered some enthusiasm, and that was just post-surgery and everything else. When Bert was out, kind of saying week 1 might be a risk, this tells you that barring any setbacks, this is as good a news as you could get. I'm going to be honest. That's awesome. I was really hoping you were going to say Devin Witherspoon was done.
Yeah, I don't have that news for you yet.
Not yet?
Yeah, and I am surprised. I said it earlier, and I still feel that way. I really thought that by now we'd be talking about that, or at the very least at some point this week. But still good news. Igbenoghene coming off the PUP list, so he will be at practice. He can start practicing with the team, and obviously clearing the way for him to be ready to go week 1 of the season, as opposed to any sort of delay into the regular season. Come right back with everything you need to know. Answer the questions here coming up. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
We have arrived at the moment.
A celebration 50 seasons in the making.
This is our 50-season celebration. Do you have goosebumps?
It is my great honor to announce that Rick Riz has been unanimously elected to the Seattle Mariner Hall of Fame.
This is the most incredible night of my life.
The proud home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Holy smokes!
Hey, Brock Hewitt here. I get a minute to just brag about and tell you all about my favorite East Side spot. It's been this way for a quarter century. It's Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar. And my good friend, Chef John Howie, the guy just never relents. He just never stops. We talk about evolving or dying in sports all the time on this show, and John just continues to evolve. The food, it's already incredible. We're talking fresh seafood, premier sushi, great steaks, all of it. And now he wants to actually buy your dinner. And here's the deal. You come in Sunday through Thursday after 8 p.m., enjoy your meal as always, and when you're finished, you get to roll the dice. They're going to bring dice right to your table. You roll a 6, and Chef John Howie is going to buy your dinner. That means 100% of all food charges will be removed from your bill. How fun is that? And how cool have some of the stories already been that I've heard? You could be the next one. Feeling lucky? Then grab your crew. Make a night of it and come roll the dice. Make your reservation right now at seastarrestaurant.com. That's seastarrestaurant.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You play for the win, not just on game day, every day. Channel that drive into your money. Robinhood puts you in control, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in-store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
The champs are back.
Really excited to get going.
Nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of your Super Bowl champions, Seattle Sports.
Hi, how can I help? Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager. I see. Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning? Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better. I feel better already. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Summer is for sunshine.
It's a beautiful day out for baseball here at T-Mobile Park.
Summer is for moonshots.
He just absolutely obliterates this! Multi-homer game, Cole Young!
Summer is for Mariners baseball.
Emerson is racing over, slides on! He makes the catch! Incredible!
So listen for the cheers and follow your ears to T-Mobile Park. Because where else can you travel to on a ferry boat and then eat crab nachos out of a ferry boat?
How sweet it is!
It is the sweetest, Rick. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Don't miss out on fireworks night this summer at T-Mobile Park. The Mariners are kicking off Players Weekend with the next show on Friday, August 21st against the Cubs, featuring a playlist curated by your favorite guys on the team. Go to mariners.com/fireworks to get your tickets and check out the complete lineup. Presented by T-Mobile.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
There's a season on the brink right now for the Mariners, and if you want to confound that, if you want to turn things around, you're going to have to go do it on the road against some pretty good competition. It starts today in New York, in the Bronx, against the Yankees. Brian Wu struggled on the road going up against Ryan Weathers, and, that's the beginning. Then after 3 games in the Bronx, you're going to have to go to Houston and face the first-place Astros. And then it's going to be Milwaukee to face the best team in the league this year, the Brewers. But that's unfortunately the bed you've made for yourself, and now you've got to go find a way to crawl out of it. Adam Jude says the clubhouse has been a little up and down, maybe more down recently.
Not a whole lot of smiles, not a whole lot of happy faces. When things are going well, it's usually J.P. Crawford's got the music going. He's sort of playing DJ. I think he's got the seniority over Julio in that regard. But, it's been awfully quiet, awfully somber lately, and a pretty stark contrast to, some of the celebratory vibes over the 50th anniversary weekend. A lot of good feel good energy pregame, and then it just has not translated at all.
Hard. It's failure. And it's been a month and a half of extreme failure. I was just looking at Donovan. He had the rollover double play to end it Saturday night after Julio gets on. Like, okay, gonna find a way. Julio hits a home run late the night before to not get shut out. And then he down one run. He's on first, nobody out. Like, here we go. That first runner in the ninth. And you see this all the time. Here we go. And there's a out, and then Brendan rolls into double play. And just like looking at him, comparing and contrasting Brendan Donovan in April versus Brendan Donovan now. And he's just been battered and tattered. And he's not right. Doesn't look right. Doesn't feel right, I'm sure. Cal Raleigh, right? Spring training, we're down there. First game for spring training, it's a bomb. It's a double. Like, oh. And then the WBC, and really since then, it's just been, golly, just failure. Just hurt. Body hurts. Mind hurts. Everything hurts. And yet here you are, as Jeff said, like, you're the franchise guy. You got to wear it. Got to go for it. You got to just somehow find a way to put another foot in front of another and believe that it's going to turn around. But time is ticking.
It certainly is. And, the other teams are playing too, right? Rangers, you're off last night. The Rangers win. The Astros win.
They face the Angels for 3. The Astros get the lowly Giants for 3.
I mean, everything we're talking about in terms of getting yourself back into it, if those two teams run away with it, then it doesn't really matter what you do. I mean, you're 4 and 4.5 games back of those two teams. So, yeah, it's not just what you do. You're going to need some help as well.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Meanwhile, Seahawks were at practice yesterday. Great news a few minutes ago that Igbenoghene has been activated, which means he should be out at practice tomorrow when they're out there. Great news. I mean, he is, as we know, as important to the success of this defense as virtually anyone. We saw in that first episode of Hard Knocks just how important he was to Mike McDonald. And, I mean, how great that from a week ago, seeing him in a boot and on that scooter to now being able to go out and practice. What an incredible recovery. It's great to see.
Kind of to pay off that conversation, what did Nick ask him? Like, what do you want me to do? I don't want to be out here on crutches. I don't want to be on the stroller.
Right. He didn't want anyone to panic.
And what did Mike say to him? How do you think I'm going to answer this?
He had no idea.
I don't know. I'm going to answer very simply. We're going to do what's best for you. And what's best for you is to get right, and it's not taking a young man. Not surprising. He's in the peak shape of his life. He's come off of that surgery, probably remove a bone spur or whatever it was through that surgery. And I feel great. Let's go. I'm bouncy. I'm ready to go. And you know what? He's going to get yelled at him here this week. Fresh legs! Someone got some fresh legs! He got some fresh legs.
I hope Mike doesn't make fun of him for faking it like he did after the Super Bowl.
No.
I hope we don't get
this
that.
One requires.
They also brought in Terrion Arnold as a possible extra corner. He's dealing with some legal issues.
Well, we're going to do our due diligence, and there's a lot of people in Terrion's corner that that we respect in terms of the type of guy he is. So we're going to work through all that, and I think I trust our people to make the best decision for us, and we also think this is a great place to come work too, and that people can be the best version themselves if given the opportunity. So. Kind of works both ways.
Again, pretty cool that Mike does these interviews and scrums, Brock, during daycare. I'm always impressed.
Yeah, well, who are all these? Your kids are killing me.
Maura told me earlier, it's just that they do it near where the autograph seekers are and stuff, so you get some little kids over there. But I got accused of complaining about it. I wasn't complaining. I'm just, observing.
Ian, that was before your time. We actually hung up on a caller, and I think Salk told him, I'm sorry, your kid's just killing me.
Your kid was killing me. Trying to do a radio show, and this kid's screaming in the background. Like, there's a time and a place for that, but it's not on the radio.
And here's the thing. The open of Here's the Thing believes that I'm the one that hates more than just one kid.
Yeah, not just one, many kids.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, what's everybody doing tonight? There it is.
Can it be as good? Can the sequel be as good?
Well, it's not a sequel. It's just the second episode.
Episode number 2 be as good?
Yeah. Why wouldn't it be? It's a whole series.
Is there enough clay to mold over the last week? Been enough stories? Been enough juice? Been enough going on?
They don't need a good story to turn it into a good story.
helps.
No, not really.
Oh, it helps.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it
That's what's always so great about Hard Knocks is they're just so good at going deep into it. And yeah, I'm not worried about that at all.
I'm not. Gosh, stop it. Just because I'm asking a question doesn't mean I'm worried.
It's a bad question.
Jeez.
That's a bad question.
Doesn't mean it's a negative when you just ask a question, Salk.
It's a clown question.
That's chapter 22 going to be written.
Kind of a clown question, bro. Here's the director, Pat Harris of Hard Knocks.
We see two bald eagles swoop down and they're like fighting with one another, and we're all like, as East Coasters, we really don't see bald eagles. So I think we knew it was going to be incredible. We knew the eagles was a big thing we wanted to cover. So the fact that, our drone was able to basically replicate flying like a bird was pretty incredible.
You had my daughter fooled. My 11-year-old was like, did they put a camera on a bird? I was like, I don't think so. I think that was just a drone.
We did. The idea of can we put a camera on a bird was discussed and quickly shot down. I'm like, I don't think we can do that.
Greg in Eatonville, by the way, texting in to say, to this day, I still say your kid is killing me. As you should. As you should. All right. That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Great news on Nick Igbenoghene. That is really, really awesome. Psyched to hear that. We're going to finish
You know what else that tells me, by the way?
Yeah.
That tells me he attacked. That was the other part of that conversation that Mike had with him. Like, you have a choice here to attack this. Through what you put in your body, your rest, your recovery, how you attack the treatment. Some of it's going to hurt in the rehab. And that tells me to get activated this early in the process. The dude attacked it, much like he did many of the games a season ago.
Answer the question, Jerick, in 20 minutes. So we need questions. There are a couple that came in early that are very good. So the quality is high, but now it's, there's some quantity element here. So 866-979-3776. Excuse me, text us any question on any subject, whatever you want to know, whatever you think we might be able to help you with, whatever you think we could answer, or maybe even something we can't, we'll try. 866-979-3776. We will answer your questions after a brief look back at the final regular season game of 2025 and actually bled into 2026. But it's the one where the Seahawks clinched that first round bye. I think you'll like it. Coming up next on Brock and Salk.
Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending.
That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I'd solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, slaying like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it, because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
Hey, Mike Salk here for Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. And I know not every getaway can earn 4 diamonds, but you can experience the entire 4-diamond experience at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where breathtaking views, elevated dining, and world-class gaming and entertainment make for the perfect escape. Also, great upcoming shows. 80s pop sensation Taylor Dane is next month on September 6th. Local rock legends Queensryche, of course, on October 10th. Been there for that one, and it is awesome. Tickets and the full lineup at snocasino.com. Elevate your next getaway at Seattle's closest 4 diamonds, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Please game responsibly.
Do you have stiff laundry or scale buildup on your sinks and showers? Those are classic signs of hard water. At Culligan, they deliver softer, cleaner water throughout your entire home. A Culligan water softener removes the hardness from your water and extends the life of your appliances. Plus, it can improve the quality of your skin and hair. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Go to Culligan.com. That's Culligan.com. Contaminants or impurities may not be in your water.
Earn money while you listen, earn money while you drive, earn money while you sleep. Dave Wyman here, and I know we're all looking for ways to add extra income without adding extra hours to our workday. How about joining a credit union where your money earns money? That's Harborstone Credit Union, founded in 1955 for local, hard-working people. They have a money market special offering strong returns for your hard-earned money. All it takes is a couple clicks of the mouse at harborstone.com/money market to open one. As soon as it's opened, you start earning 3.75 annual percentage yield. The best part, you retain full access to your money the entire time. Harborstone Credit Union is the hard-working credit union built for people like you and me. Get the most out of your money with Harborstone Credit Union. Open a money market account online at harborstone.com/money market. That's harborstone.com/money market. Insured by NCUA.
Holy smokes, I can see. Hey, everybody, it's Rick Riz, and I just had refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision, and it's amazing. K2 Vision RLE means no more readers or glasses for me. Plus, I'll never get a cataract. Now, when I call a game, you won't see those readers dangling from the end of my nose to see the field and then my notes. I only wish I had done it sooner. It's like seeing a whole new ball game. K2 Vision RLE was quick and painless, over in just minutes, and I knew I was in great hands. The K2 Vision RLE team has done over 150,000 lens procedures. You can trust their stuff. K2 Vision RLE is my permanent solution to a lifetime of great vision. It could be yours too. Enjoy life's good years without readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Get your free Zoom consult now at K2VisionRLE.com. Then you can make the same call I did. Goodbye, glasses. K2VisionRLE.com.
Is your car's AC blowing warm air? Don't sweat it. Bucky's Complete Auto Care is here to help. Right now, you'll save $50 on any AC service. Whether it's a weekend getaway or the daily commute, you deserve a cool, comfortable ride. For over 50 years, local drivers have trusted Bucky's for honest pricing, expert repairs, and guaranteed work, earning them the Carfax Preferred status. 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing. For $50 off your cooling system service, visit Bucky's.com. Listen every day to the Bump and Stacy Show for headline rewrites. Powered by Bay Alarm Security Services. Security systems and fire alarms for every business. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Certain industries expose workers to hazardous chemicals. If you worked in a paper or pulp mill, or in aircraft manufacturing or painting at Boeing, and have a child born with birth defects, your child may be entitled to legal damages as a result of your exposure to such chemicals. Birth defects have been linked to toxic chemicals, metals, and solvents used in these industries. If your child was born with brain or spinal cord damage, organ or limb malformations, blindness, cerebral palsy, genetic damage, or other birth defects, and you're a past or present worker in a paper or pulp mill, aircraft manufacturing, or painting, contact us now toll-free at 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your children may be entitled to legal damages. If you're a past or present worker in a paper or pulp mill or aircraft manufacturing or painting at Boeing, and your child has a birth defect, call toll-free at 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your call is confidential. 1-866-99-TOXIC. Message authorized by Weinstein Cajano, 600 University Street, Suite 1620, Seattle, Washington.
Hey there, Dawn Riley with Olympic Hot Tub. It's our 49th birthday, and we're celebrating by giving you the gifts. Outstanding savings on saltwater hot spring spas, free Bluetooth music, and interest-free financing for 3 years. Plus, exciting savings on endless pool swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges. How's that for a birthday to remember? Ends August 24th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group. From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, answer the question, Jerk, here in 15 minutes. There's some good stuff. Please, you can keep sending it in if you've got questions. 866-979-3776. Any question on any subject. Yes, Brock?
Salky.
Yes.
That thing you teased earlier in the show about that text.
Yeah.
This thing's going crazy.
Of course it is.
Oh, it's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Well, if this all comes together, if the plan comes together, we're going to have some good fodder for this very radio show tomorrow.
Can't wait.
I will tell you that.
That'll be on the show.
Wait till you watch that little video I just sent you. Holy smokes.
Just the name of the person who you sent it from is already fascinating. So we'll see where all of that goes. Yes, that'll be. I can't give away any more, but Brock has gotten himself embroiled in a weird celebrity deal. So
and as longtime listeners of the show know, I've got deep connections with comedians. There's just something about me and comedians that It's been that way from the very beginning of the Brock Salk Show.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, you'll if this all comes together, folks, it'll be
a good
fun.
one. It'll be a good one. All right, Brock, every day we've been going through each game from last year's Seahawks season. It started because I couldn't really remember what happened in any of them, and it has been just an incredible experience for me anyway, just going through, watching the highlights, looking at the box scores, re-listening to some of our conversation with Mike from the next day, and trying to learn along the way. This today, we're nearly done. We've got today the final game of the regular season.
If I remember right,
Week 18.
You mapped this out. So the Super Bowl would be Friday before the first.
That's right.
Not only are you a graph czar,
you're
just a planning.
I can do
stallion.
math. I can look at a calendar. It's really remarkable, my ability to look at a calendar. But Week 18, Seahawks go to San Francisco with an opportunity to clinch the first round bye, and they win 13-3 to finish the year 14-3. It was an interesting game. Obviously, it wasn't a blowout like the one we're going to go over tomorrow, but watching the highlights of it, what they really did was just dominate defensively. It looked like there were 12 or 13 defenders on the field at all times. It was pretty crazy watching. There were so many of those plays where the Niners just had absolutely nowhere to go, and this was probably the play that epitomized it as much as any other.
Purdy in the backfield. Play fake, looks, dumps it off near side, reading it perfectly. Getting up there is Igbenoghene to make the tackle. A quick throw into the left side flat. A loss of 6 yards. I'm still trying to see. I think it was it Saunders, the tight end?
Oh, yeah.
No, it was Kittle.
George Kittle.
It was Kittle. And I mean, a great play by Igbenoghene.
The reason I give you that play, Brock, I could have found a few others that were very similar. There were sacks and there was a bunch of stuff. But that play was you see them throw those little screens and dumps into the flat to guys like Kittle. Mm-hmm. And how often do they turn around and you're like, oh no, there's 18 yards of free space before anyone's going to touch him. And instead, it wasn't even he's going to pick up 3 or 4 yards. It was Igbenoghene on top of him as soon as he catches the ball. And it just felt like that was every single defensive play of this game. Again, they only allowed 3 points. They win 13-3, but they also missed a couple of field. It could have been an even bigger deficit. Mm-hmm. They allowed a total of 120 passing yards. They allowed just 53 yards on the ground. They sacked him 3 times, including this one from Chenna.
McCaffrey empties to the left side. Purdy sets up, has time, looks, steps up in the pocket, gets tripped up, goes down. Another sack. Nehmauser, his 7th on the season.
And in addition to everything they did defensively, they complemented it, not with an explosive offensive game, but with a pretty solid running attack.
Charbonnet in the backfield on 3rd down and 2. Darnold under center. Long count, turns, hands to Shards. Finds some running room, bounces it outside left. Here he comes, 20, 15, cuts back inside 10, 5, touchdown, Seahawks! Zach Charbonnet from 27 out, his 12th rushing touchdown of the season. And now he's climbing the ranks along with somebody named Beast Mode for double-digit rushing touchdowns in a season. Blocked perfectly, and Sharps bounces it left for the 6.
Yeah, once again, the final score not indicative of the next level beatdown. Just looking at some of these stats again, refreshing my mind. So San Fran ran 42 plays.
Mm-hmm.
That defense only had to play 42 plays. The week before, an opponent kneeled down at the end of the game. Coming off of that Rams defensive humiliation, there was a big old slice of humble pie. They put up almost 600 yards of offense. The 2 games responding to that, they came out and just – you don't do that in the NFL.
You don't just lay the boom like that.
You don't do that in the NFL and have opponent kneel down. On top of that, the old Pete Carroll number of the number of rushes plus completions, right? It was 59-38. And that was only because of a bunch of those little checkdowns. There were 39 rushes, 39 rushing attempts. You dictated. You hit the bully. you punch them right in the face. And they really did not have any response.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably make a case that they beat them up so physically and so badly in this game that it won them the game against them 2 weeks later.
Well, gave you the bye, which they desperately needed with how injured their team was with Fred Warner and others, and McCaffrey on absolute fumes at that point, right? They needed that bye much more than you did. I mean, you were fairly healthy.
Yep.
But then
But also
gave
just what you
that bye.
do to them physically and just kind of putting them in a bind where they were going to need to do something beyond what they were capable of, whereas you knew that you could just play your game. The defense really was the story, as we said. We asked Mike the next day, well, this is a Saturday game, so we asked him on Monday how his defense was able to play so physically.
Well, I think that paints a great picture about who we have on our team and how our coaches are coaching it. We want to be a physical, violent defense, but you have to do it within the rules. And so I'm really proud of the way our guys have played out. I mean, how many like, knock on wood, but the penalties that we've had, I felt like have been, for the most part, cost of doing business penalties that are right on the line, but it's not like unsportsmanlike or anything like that. It's just the guys are playing really hard. I mean, I'm having a hard time thinking of penalties that were like, man, that was a really selfish penalty where. So I mean, that paints a great picture for our guys. And there's a lot of plays on tape last game where guys are running out of the stack, guys are taking great angles, shooting their shot, and there's really nowhere for the runner to go. I'm just really proud of the effort and really, I mean, you have to be able to make that decision. It's a hard decision to make, to do it every down.
You see some comments from Luke Kuechly. I saw them this morning. So won the Hall of Fame. He's going to be Netflix's color analyst. Really bright guy. And he said he knew he was done. Like he knew he was done because he had kind of a shorter career, certainly compared to Bobby Wagner, the linebacker of his era. I mean, Bobby still wants to play. Kuechly said, I knew I was done when I had to think about hitting somebody and finishing somebody. Like when I didn't just want to stick my face in the fan. Early in my career, Boston College, hair on fire. I didn't even think about it. I'm going to go knock this guy out. But I knew I was done when I didn't really want to go knock that guy out. I wanted to preserve, right? I wanted to make the tackle. I wanted to survive. And I think what you hear from Mike there at that peak football they were playing that game and into the next game, it was San Francisco that was trying to just survive. And it was Seattle that was just thriving.
Yeah,
Christian McCaffrey had 8 carries for 23 yards. The run game coordinator, Brian Fleury, still has scar tissue about those games.
Yeah, they dictated. Isn't that your word? They just
absolutely
dictated the entire game. Like, yeah, you're not going to be able to do anything, so we are going to dictate how we want to play this game, and we're going to be in your backfield, and there's always going to be 2 or 3 guys wherever you are. I mean, honestly, watching the highlights defensively, it looked like they knew the plays. It was unbelievable. They just were everywhere that the Niners wanted to be.
So
it is
much
also,
faster.
Brock, when we first heard of the dark side, I can't believe it took that long, but it was after that game that we asked Mike McDonald who came up with the idea for the dark side defense.
Yeah, you might have to do some digging on where that started. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm pretty sure it started with. I'm fairly certain it started with the players. I know it didn't come from me. So,
do you like it?
I love it. Whatever, guys. It's great.
You just like that they came up with it.
Yeah, I mean, if you leave the creativity to me, we're in trouble. That and like song playlists. If you put me in charge of like music, like creativity,
yeah,
not good.
Not your.
Wasn't it Leonard and Ernest kind of?
Huh?
I think it was Leonard and Ernest that were kind of the.
It seems like
spearhead
they
of
may
that.
have had the most to do with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I would say one last thing too.
Well,
but-
I should tell you one
Oh,
other
go ahead.
thing about this
Oh,
game.
sure. Okay.
And about the interview the next day. Do you know what happened the next day?
Game
When we
was
on Monday.
Saturday.
That was the final game of the season. That's when we asked Mike, why should John Schneider be executive of the year?
Give me the number one reason why.
Man.
Oh boy, we're not doing this, are we?
You said you weren't going to play it.
I know, but I lied.
It was intense. Are you still playing it?
Still going.
Conviction.
Conviction in his decision making.
In his vision.
You then were trying to set him up for another 17 seconds.
I know.
Pause.
The conviction in, littering and. Yeah. Anyway, that also happened the next day. I'm sorry to play that, but I thought it was important. So, yeah, how fun is this, man, going through these games and all of these wins? And both running backs are really good in that game. Both Charbonnet and Ken Walker had great games. And when that happens, this team's real tough to beat. And maybe that's why I would kind of go back to where we started this thing at 7 a.m. this morning, Brock, with the charts that I put together on Excel last night of, hey, this offense and this running game got really good by the end of the year. And that trend line went from under 100 yards a game to over 150. And those yards per carry went from 3.5 to nearly 5. And if that continues into this year, if the development of that offensive line continues, Brock, on a semi-linear basis, you're going to really get after teams in a way that they weren't even able to do until late into last season.
Like in the pit?
In the pit where it all goes down.
Yes. Yeah, 39 for 180 in that game. 39 for 180, albeit that no Bosa, right? No Warner, no Dre Greenlaw, who's returned to Sanford. That's going to be, their rallying cry is they were so beat up and so broken, but you devastated them, and you took advantage of that. And if you remember as well, Salk, there was a meme that came out of that game, and the meme was an old crash out from the general manager, John Lynch.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, up in the booth on a 3rd and 15.
Was that from that game?
That game.
Oh, wow. That was a pretty good crash out.
He's watching that game, and he knows that every underlying measurable they don't have. They're getting just beat. But they're still kind of in it at that point. And then a 3rd and 15 bunch toss crack. Once again, super successful for the 3rd time or 4th time. A 3rd and 15 run gets you a first down, and poor John knew it. He just crashed out up there. Just kind of knew it.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you to everybody who recognized the Super Troopers reference and finished the line, like you in the 815. 425 says the new Super Troopers movie is actually good, which that would be awesome. The second one was not great.
Not really, no.
It was okay. Like there were a couple of funny moments, but it was not certainly legendary like the first one. But if the third one is going to be good, it's not like you're going to have to ask me twice to go see it. You think Charbonnet, by the way, just a last question, because he had a good game there again. Do you think Charbonnet ends up also coming off PUP before the season begins? Or do you think he misses the first 4 games?
Well, he hasn't even torn his ACL at this point in our journey.
I know. It's not till next game, right?
2 weeks later, right? They have a bye week, and then it was the playoff game. So we're talking January.
I know.
And what month are we in? August?
Yep.
Early January to kind of mid-early August.
Yeah, but to September 1st. Do you think he can come off PUP to...
Well, to come off PUP would be 7 months. Within 7.5 months of an ACL? That feels a little rich.
I know. It feels really hard to imagine, and yet some of the talk has been that it might be a possibility. So great news on Eamon Worry today. Be waiting to see whether or not Charbonnet is able to follow that up. And right now, Brock, we'll answer your questions.
This is Brock and Salk's Answer the Question, Jerk.
Keep asking questions. Come on, I'll answer them. Come on, I'm here. I'm going to answer your questions, dang it.
Answer my question! The question, jerk! Well, don't just stand there. Answer the question, jerk!
All right, I've had my eye on this question for a little while now. I've got this one circled.
Okay, let me answer your question real quickly, though. I didn't do a good job of it.
Thank you.
When you posed it, I'm with Nehmauser. I think he's off pup, but I don't think he plays for maybe the first couple weeks.
Okay. But that means that he could play by week 2 or 3. Otherwise, you just put him
That's
on
right.
pup.
That's right.
Cool. That'd be great. All right, answer the question, jerks. Where do you stand on parking in the grocery pickup designated spots if you don't have an order to pick up but are just running into the store for a couple of items? So I've thought a lot about this question. Has this come up for you also?
I've thought about it.
So there's 2 stores I go to somewhat frequently that both have these spaces. The QFC in Wallingford on 45th and the Whole Foods off Roosevelt at 64th. And both of them have those spaces. At the Whole Foods, I've actually seen people come out with stuff and bring it to people. I've never seen it from the degenerates who work at that QFC. So at the QFC, I have zero guilt whatsoever because I've never seen anyone use it for that purpose. I just park there, and whether I'm getting a few quick items or if I'm going to be in there an hour and a half, I don't even think twice. Like, I'm parking there. You're not using it for that
Oh my gosh, if
anymore.
those spots are designated, I'm such a rule follower.
Yeah, whatever. They're not using it that way. I've never seen it being used that way. Now at Whole Foods, they are using it that way sometimes, but I feel entitled to it. So
Whole
I don't.
Foods, you can't go anywhere without getting bumped into by all the people that are shopping for delivery.
That's true. It's obnoxious. There's so many of them. You're right about that, and they're rude. A lot of them.
How much extra walk is it? Suck it up.
No. So in both of those cases, Brock, it means going to a different parking lot.
A different parking lot?
Yes. Both the Whole Foods I go to and the QFC have two different parking lots.
That feels like.
So if I can't park there, sometimes it means I now have to go to a whole nother parking lot, either across the street or downstairs in the garage.
Oh.
So yeah, I'm parking there, whatever.
Okay.
I don't care.
Compare and contrast the workers at the QFC on 45th to the Cle Elum Safeway.
Well,
I think about that every time.
I do too.
Just like Katie, just a couple weekends ago, I think about that poor woman who nearly severed her arm off cutting your bologna every time.
Roast beef,
but
yeah. Oh my gosh, that poor woman. Brock and I went to get a sandwich there at the Safeway in Cle Elum, and when I tell you it took 45 minutes, I'm not exaggerating.
Well, then the ambulance came. The poor woman nearly cut her finger off.
Literally, I was like, "Oh, could I get a roast beef sandwich?" 45 minutes later, we walked out of that Safeway. It was remarkable.
It's since been redone. It actually is really nice.
Is it?
Yeah.
You think that woman's still working there?
No.
I don't either.
No, workers' comp song. Disability.
Jerks, who is your favorite female athlete of all time?
Molly Hills.
That's a good answer.
Kidding me.
Answer. Any thoughts?
I mean, Sue Bird comes to mind here.
Well, who's your favorite?
Yeah,
I'm saying that's who comes to mind.
Oh, okay. So she's your favorite?
She's one of them. God, no one else is saying anything. I'm trying to.
I said Molly Hills.
When I was a kid, Katarina Witt was my favorite.
You might want to explain that that's your wife. I'm not sure everybody.
Katarina.
When I was a kid, it was Katarina Witt.
You know,
later, I would say
crush on her.
Me,
Mike Holmgren.
Yeah,
yes.
Absolutely. Later, though, I would say perhaps the most impressive thing I ever saw a female athlete do for a long, long time is Carrie Strug. Carrie Strug landing that vault is one of the most amazing things I've ever seen in sports to this day.
Incredible.
Unbelievable, incredible thing that she did.
Mm-hmm.
So she'd probably be up there on my list of favorite all-time female athletes.
Alana Marr is a rugby player. She's an absolute monster. She's big on social media, huge for growing the game. Big fan of Alana Marr.
Yeah, she has a huge following. Chloe Kim's a good one, too. Snowboarder.
Yeah.
Boy, the WNBA sure done a great job with Caitlin.
Yeah. Caitlin Clark should be the answer to that
Goodness
question.
gracious.
Yeah.
That league is...
I don't know. I like me some Alex Carpenter, too, with the local Seattle Torrent. So a lot of answers. But I think I'll go with Carrie Strug.
Okay.
What a badass. Brock, will you be on the new
I
Madden?
saw her in person, by the way.
Carrie Strug?
Yeah.
What is she? Was she like 3 feet tall?
Bro, it is insane. Same with the other Simone Biles. Saw her at the Houston airport
Tiny.
with her fiance now. I think.
And I think they're both bigger than Mary Lou Retton.
It's like
Dominique Mosiano.
I mean, it's kind of a requirement.
Right.
It is.
Nah,
They're like
Shannon
little...
Miller was tall, right? Tall and lanky.
It's very few.
Yeah.
Very
All right.
few.
Brock, will you be on the new Madden? Val wants to
Is
know.
water wet?
All right.
Is Pope Catholic? Is one-legged dog swimming?
Is water wet? I think that's a question.
Yes.
Oh.
Is every day end in a Y?
Jerks is putting a camera on a bald eagle similar to Bill Murray wanting to staple antlers to the head of a mouse. Yes, very similar. That's great. That's good. That's good. Good pull right there. Scrooge. Brock, this one's got to be for you. You can pick only one for the rest of your life, running or lifting. Which wins?
Lifting. Yeah.
I knew that would be the case. That was an obvious
Not
one.
even a question.
Yeah, that was easy.
You got to keep your bone density up. You got to keep your muscle up. So I think at 20, what age is it? There's a term for this. I think at age
Osteoporosis?
30, you lose 1% of your muscle every year, or age 50. Age 50. My age.
Yeah, I'm not
Lose
there yet.
1%
So
of your
I'm
muscle
fine.
every year.
Yeah, I'm still gaining muscle. Jerks, we got house cleaners that come every other week. On the days when the cleaners come, we typically do takeout for dinner. Or we typically do takeout for dinner, to keep the kitchen clean for at least 24 hours. Do you guys have a similar policy in your homes, or is this odd?
Not a similar policy, but that makes a lot of sense. It's not like in writing, but I hate nothing more than, the cleaners come, and then all of a sudden, like, really? Really, Macy? Especially when she's home. Really? You just going to leave macaroni and cheese dust on the burner? Like, can you not?
Or like you're gonna cook like fish with oil or something that day?
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
I have no house and no cleaner. I rent, and I'm the cleaner.
Same. The landscapers just cut our internet cord, though, so we're dealing with that right now.
Are you a good cleaner, Maura? Do you enjoy that?
No, I don't enjoy it, but I'm not messy.
Yeah.
Wow, I got a text from my mother-in-law.
What?
Yeah. Wilma Rudolph. She's weighing in on her favorite female athlete, Wilma Rudolph. Look her up. Olympic athlete.
Yes.
Track star.
Yes.
Overcame polio as a child.
That's what I was trying to think of more track. Because I used to watch more
Thanks,
track
Mimi.
growing up.
I like that.
Oh, wow.
That was awesome. Good answer.
FloJo still has the 100-meter world record.
Yeah.
From like the 80s.
I'll tell you who's not my favorite is Uta Pippig. She's the one who pooped herself during the Boston Marathon.
Okay, well, you don't need to keep reminding everyone.
Who's the one that tripped?
Oh, I forget. That was crazy.
Oh, couldn't stand her.
And there's the other person who cheated in the marathon and kind of got on the tee. We're having our poor house cleaner, who I like a lot, similar every other week. She was in a car accident, so she couldn't come the last time, which understandable. But do we keep paying her in between? Like, what's the etiquette on that? If she can't come for a couple of times, I mean, I feel bad. It's not like she can get workman's comp during that time.
Right.
Like, do we pay her? Would you pay her?
I think you can give a gift.
A gift?
I don't know if it's a full boat of cleaning, but if she needs some help or some meals or some groceries, you pull into where you're not supposed to. Get her some groceries. Bet she'd help.
That's what I'm going to do. We're going to get her some groceries. Okay. I don't know what she wants for groceries, though.
Then get her a gift card.
That's a nice idea.
That's the way.
Candlesticks make a nice gift. Sorry, we're on a quoting spree here, I guess, today. All right. Well, we're going to get out of here. Brock's got a cockamamie scheme for a guest tomorrow. We'll see if it works out.
Brock has something going on off.
That's true. We may have a good story for you guys. Plus, I'm going to guess a little bit of Mariner reaction, and we'll talk more about Nick Eamon-Warry tomorrow and what it means that he's been activated. We're also working on kind of an interesting guest for Thursday. Might shock some people, right?
Shock Jock Radio.
Shock Jock Radio, right here.
On Brock and Jock.
All right. I don't know if it's... Oh, man.
What?
Huh?
Wait till you watch this video.
Wait a minute.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, hold on. I gotta edit something. That was not from my mother-in-law. That was from my mom.
What?
I read it
mix
wrong.
them?
Oh my God.
I thought it said Manon cell, but it said mom cell. So I mixed that.
My God.
That's from my mom. Yeah, I do need glasses. That's absolutely the issue.
Jane,
Well, that makes a lot more sense because I don't think my mother-in-law ever listens to the show. My mom listens every day.
Jane, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mom.
I'm sorry.
And I am sorry. She's going to kill me. Anyway,
Barn.
Wilma Rudolph. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.
Love
See
you.
everybody.
Barn.
Get to the chopper!
Stick around for Bumpin' Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I've solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, playing like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it. Because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're acquired, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
My goal is what's best for the customer.
I truly believe that I won't ever deviate from that.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Paddle your way to a salmon run surprise of $100,000 in cash. Win your share with hourly drawings from 6 p.m. till midnight every Saturday in August. It's a King's Cash cascade of prizes that just keeps on growing, cresting at a $15,000 finale on August 29th. Dive into all the freshwater fun with one free daily entry. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 35 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
No matter the time of year, working out at home is the best. Brock Hewitt here, and allow Top Fitness to create your own home gym. Simply give them your room dimensions, and they'll do a complete fitness room design. And everyone, from personal trainers to pro athletes, love their stuff. Top Fitness represents the very best brands in fitness, like Precor, Inspire Fitness, along with many others. They also have flooring and weights that go right in your home gym. Locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or simply visit topfitness.com. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
A Wilt Chamberlain 1972 playoff game-worn jacket was recently bought for $3 at a Goodwill in Portland. You may not be sitting on a warm-up jacket worn by Wilt the Stilt, but there's serious value to your old gold, jewelry, watches, silver, and coins. Dave Wyman encouraging you to see what they're worth at Bellevue Rare Coins in Bellevue, Issaquah, Tacoma, and Linwood. They'll give you an honest, no-pressure assessment for free. See how much they're worth at Bellevue Rare Coins, and if the price is right, cash in.
Experience the thrill of the Kitsap Fair and Stampede, August 26th through the 30th. Celebrate local agricultural heritage and get up close with the community's agricultural roots through 4-H and FFA livestock exhibits, still life displays, and educational showcases that highlight the rich farming history of the Kitsap Peninsula. Kitsap Fair and Stampede runs August 26th through the 30th. Don't miss it. Get your tickets and info at kitsapfair.org. That's kitsapfair.org.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon?
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or